Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
To look at texts like this. I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can, but before I start, let me say how much I do owe to Dr. Bill Caudle for his wonderful background filling for me from the Scottish Gaelic side, looking across to North Carolina, and also to Robert Curry, who's been very helpful on the Arran side. So I'm very grateful to you all. So without further ado, I will try to summarise as much as I can of my script. I've entitled this The Reverend Dougal Crawford and the Raft Swamp Sermons, and it is, I suppose, an introduction to the field, because we could have several lectures on this man, and particularly the sermons. We could have look at their rhetoric, their style, and I hope in the fullness of time that we could look at the evidence for the Gaelic of Arran, which they contain. Very interesting material indeed. Now, these first Gaelic sermons that we have, which have survived, and that's an important caveat, the first printed ones to have survived were printed and published in Fayetteville, North Carolina. How amazing! So far from Gaelic Scotland. I know of only one surviving copy, and it's in North Carolina, and I hope it's still surviving, one surviving copy of these sermons. I don't think we have any in Scotland as far as I'm aware. So this is a fairly unique set of sermons, the Raft Swamp Sermons. Now, what explains the publication of the Raft Swamp Sermons in North Carolina in 1791? Well, as the North Carolina folk have just made clear, there was a fairly large migration from this part of the world over to the Carolinas, beginning in 1739. The Argyll colony was established, and it was of fundamental importance. It's been estimated that about 50,000 Highlanders were resident in North Carolina by the end of the 18th century, and they were given land grants in places like Big Raft Swamp and Little Raft Swamp. So the Raft Swamps keep appearing in this story. The towns, we've heard of one of them, Fayetteville. We also had Cross Creek, Campbelltown is one of them, and that's very central to the Argyll colony and to Argyll, as we all know, there at the tip of Kintyre and now in North Carolina. But there was also Cross Creek, which became Fayetteville, and that was where these sermons were printed. Fayetteville was evidently large enough by 1786 to have its own printing presses and to be able to typeset a Gaelic sermon or two by 1791. Very interesting. Now, as you will know, when Highlanders emigrated, they liked to take their ministers with them, or at least to find a minister somewhere. And ministers were very hard to find for these settlements. They were something of a rarity. And quite often the ministers had to itinerate when they went to such places as North Carolina. They had to go round a circuit of churches to fill gaps in ministerial provision. And perhaps we should begin to think of the Raft Swamp sermons going into print in 1791 as a way of filling the preaching gap, so to speak. If there weren't enough preachers, well, one preacher plus printed sermons might help in a context like that. Literate laymen, we must assume in the churches, could read, perhaps, these printed books and thus edify the congregations under their guidance. So books were important. If you could get your sermons into print, they filled gaps for you. So at a first look, that might explain the Raft Swamp sermons of 1791. That is to say, they were printed perhaps because they could be used to meet the needs of immigrant Highlanders who wanted to hear Gaelic sermons. And it's interesting here, orality in print, to consider these. Highlanders were used to hearing oral delivery, but here the book is coming in, printed sermon coming in, and perhaps they're moving over to more use of printed means. So we have these sermons printed at Fayetteville by Sibley, Howard and Ralston in 1791. The first of the two sermons is explicitly said to have been preached at the Raft Swamp by Dougal Crawford in the first month of autumn 1790. And his dedication to the second sermon is also to the congregation at Raft Swamp, which he praises for being such an exemplary body of Christian people. So who was this Dougal Crawford? What can we learn about him? And that's a good question. He's a bit of a mystery, but I will do my best to demystify him a little. And in this context, that's where you really do need to have your North Carolina background, and you also need to have your Scottish background, because he combines both. Now, this Dougal Crawford is sometimes called Duncan in certain sources, and even David, but I think he's Dougal. The balance of probabilities, even on title pages, suggests that he was happy to answer to Dougal, so we'll call him Dougal, and that's fine. According to the Fasti, the records of the Church of Scotland, Dougal, born in 1752, was the son of David Crawford, a farmer at Shiskin in the parish of Kilmorey in the island of Arran. He was educated at Glasgow University and licensed by the Presbytery of Dunoon in March 1781. He was ordained on 3rd October 1781 by the Presbytery of Edinburgh as a chaplain for a Scotch regiment in Dutch service in America. Now, this, it is said, is how he arrived in North America. Dr. Thomas Murchison in 1966 wrote a little piece about him in the Gaelic supplement to Life and Work, which is also the organ of the Church of Scotland. And he said this: about 1784, Mr. Crawford was settled as the minister of Barbecue Presbyterian Church in Olivia, North Carolina. This was a congregation which had been established by immigrants from the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, and among the first elders were 3 from the island of Jura. It was in Barbecue Presbyterian Church that Flora MacDonald, the woman who rescued Prince Charles, used to worship when she was living in North Carolina between 1774 and 1778. Crawford remained the leader of the Barbecue Church for about 7 years, and then he returned to Scotland. In fact, this Scottish summary is somewhat misleading if we set it alongside the evidence from North Carolina itself. The Barbecue Church was evidently only one of 4 such churches in the area, at least 4. Congregations existed at Old Bluff, established in 1758, and Longstreet, and Crawford, in traditional memory, is associated with both of these. There was also a congregation known as the Raft Swamp Meeting, later Raft Swamp Presbyterian Church, and according to one tradition, members of the Raft Swamp Meeting were the first to acquire Crawford's services when he was at Charleston, South Carolina, seeking a charge after the American Revolution. His brigade regiment must have been disbanded or something must have happened. It is noteworthy that the congregation in Raft Swamp is the location ascribed to the preaching of the first sermon, as I've said already, and the one mentioned first and foremost in Crawford's preface to the second Gallic sermon. And as I've said, he speaks very highly of Raft Swamp people. For 7 years now, I have been getting to know you, and it has been no bad knowledge. So there, understatement, gently done, playing up the virtues of the Raft Swamp people. However, the earliest fixed reference to Crawford, which I have discovered to date, thanks to Dr. Bill Caudle, is in the title to an English sermon, which he preached at the Cape Fear Union Lodge. He preached to the Cape Fear Union Lodge, a Masonic lodge, at Fayetteville in December 1786. And that sermon was published by request the following year. So it's quite interesting to note that sermon being published by request. And on the title page, he is described as formerly one of the chaplains to the Scotch Brigade in the Dutch service, now minister at Fayetteville. So in 1786, he is said to be, and I'm sure he must have agreed to put this on the front page, minister at Fayetteville. So it's hard to pin him down to a single church. And it seems likely that he served a circuit of 4 or 5 churches in the area. It's not unlike what a Methodist preacher would have done. He went round various churches because you didn't have enough preachers to do individual churches, and that's the way they worked. Now, Crawford returned to Scotland about 1795, and he became assistant minister in the parish of Kilmorey in Arran. So he goes back home to Arran. And it's interesting to see how he starts, apparently in North Carolina, and then moves back to Scotland, and he takes a charge as an assistant minister in his own native area. Thereafter, he was successively minister at Saddle, Kintyre, and Kilmorey. Now, Kilmorey is his old parish in Arran. He was at Saddle from 1797 to 1815, and at Kilmorey from 1815 to 1821. It wasn't an entirely happy homecoming, I may say. When Crawford came back to Arran, he succeeded a minister called the Reverend Neil MacBride, who had died in 1814. And MacBride had been at the centre of a big revival movement in Arran, and particularly centred on the Kilmorey Church. Now, that meant that the congregation were exposed to a certain kind of evangelical preaching. And it was a kind which emphasised personal salvation and would have been very much focused on conversion of people from their misdeeds and misdemeanours to a proper knowledge of the Christian faith through Jesus Christ. When Crawford went there, he didn't really fit the bill. he wasn't regarded as being a proper gospel preacher. The congregation had become used to a certain kind of preaching with MacBride, and they didn't like what Crawford had to offer, which didn't, to them, get to the heart of the gospel. Another problem was that he was presented to Kilmorey by the Duke of Hamilton, and he was not the congregation's preferred candidate. So he was not welcomed. So what happened? Well, the congregation took off, and they went to worship in what's still known as the preaching cave at Kilpatrick in Arran, above Drumadoon Bay, and you can still visit the preaching cave in Arran. And there they had held their own services, and Crawford just had to get on with things to those and such as those who remained in Kilmorey. Now, unfortunately, poor Crawford not only had difficulties in his congregation, but he also drowned. It's very sad. He was going out to a small boat, and in a small boat, to join a larger boat close to Plada Island. And Plada Island is just off the southeast of Arran, if I've got my geography right. And he must have misstepped somehow or other, and he fell into the sea. So in 1821, 22nd of March, this man was lost. And I suspect that he was becoming infirm. He mentions there are mentions in presbytery records that even when he came to Kilmorey in that period, and before that, he must have been suffering from rheumatism and having difficulties going round his parishes. So it was an unfortunate ending for anyone. Now, in Scotland, as in North Carolina, Crawford continued to publish. He published sermons in Scotland. He published an English one, and he published a Gaelic one. Well, I think the English one was probably constructed in North Carolina, but when it was translated into Gaelic, it was published in Glasgow in 1795. And this was a sermon for the ladies. Sherman de Vrij, ga je schrijven aan ze vliome, keer fiche ze koog jiek. Published in Glasgow by James Gillis, and I may say to a much lower printing standard than the sermons in Fayetteville. Fascinating to reflect on that. His last known published sermon was his valedictory address given when he left Saddle in Kintyre to return to Kilmorey as minister in 1815. And it was entitled, unsurprisingly, Farewell Sermon at Skipness, published in Edinburgh in 1819. So that's an outline of this man's life, and perhaps a broad overview of the context in which the sermons were printed in Fayetteville. We can gather from this that we have a highly literary figure here. He's good at taking opportunities when he's offered a chance to print sermons, and it's very much part of his overall ministerial profile. Now, at this point, I just want to ask Dr. Bill Caudle if he has anything to add or there, just to shade our understanding of Crawford in North Carolina. Bill.
Donald, I don't know that I have that much to add. The English sermon that was printed in Fayetteville for the Masonic Lodge was printed at for the occasion of a meeting of a reorganization of the Masonic lodges here in North Carolina. We know that there were Masonic lodges in existence prior to the time of the Revolutionary War throughout the colonies, and oftentimes those were in some ways affiliated with the resident British regiments that were garrisoned in various places. We didn't have the garrisoning of British regiments here in North Carolina, certainly not within this area, so there was not a precedent for that. However, in the years following the Revolutionary War, there was an effort to reorganize and bring those Masonic lodges back to life. So this was, in essence, a sermon that was preached at the reorganization, if you will, of those extant lodges within North Carolina, so that perhaps gives some testimony to his importance as a celebrity, if you will, within this community as the person that was called on to do that.
Thank you very much indeed, Bill. That's extremely helpful. I mean, that underlines the profile that Crawford had. He was by no means an unknown figure, and it's fascinating to reflect on that. By 1786, he was considered sufficiently important to preach that kind of sermon at a reorganization. So thank you, Bill. So we can go now and ask ourselves a question. What was the purpose of Crawford's printed and published Gallic sermons, the Gallic ones? Crawford himself states, or at least implies, that he had spiritual grounds or pastoral grounds for printing his sermons. In his introduction to the second sermon, he writes, "An Jeremiah Shaw, get the high liwers on their neistach, geyig further nie gain tachorst levi, gurimus gachi a chum awarch istech fein." Although this sermon was delivered in your hearing, nevertheless, something may happen to the reader who invites it, presumably the sermon, home in order to look into himself. In other words, the sermon is going to supplement, the printed sermon is going to supplement the oral version that he has delivered to the people and provide edification. We might also suppose that the book of sermons would have been useful in the conduct of church services. There are 4 Gallic prayers in that book, as well as the sermons. And it's been well known across the years that when there's been no preacher, a layman has resorted to a book to read to the assembled group. So it's almost like an order of service as well, or it could be used like that. What is very interesting is that the 2 sermons stand separately and have separate dedications. The first sermon, although preached at the Raft Swamp, is dedicated to Crawford's home congregation in the parish of Kilmorey in Arran, and to the congregation in Raft Swamp and the other congregations in Robeson County and Mr. Mackay's Place. That's a reference to a congregation which met in the home of an Argyllshire man, Archibald Mackay, a native of Kintyre who later became an elder in the Longstreet Church, Cumberland County. So you can see what was happening here. It looks as if these sermons were intended to move around and do more than one church, more than one congregation. And it's fascinating to note that even in North Carolina, Crawford has such a strong sense of belonging to Arran and to Kilmorey. He's thinking about the congregation there, and he's very warm towards the people there, although they didn't welcome him back too warmly. He's very warm towards them, as also with the Raft Swamp people. So you get a lovely balance of concerns. this preacher in North Carolina is still thinking about his home territory and about the people there, and in due course he goes back to them. Now, some looking at this book have concluded in the past that the original intention was to publish the two sermons separately, and that you would have two pamphlets, like your one for the Masonic Lodge, for instance, which stood on its own. Donald Maclean in Typographia Scotica Delica of 1915 certainly saw it like that. But eventually, of course, they were printed, as far as I'm aware, as a single book. No doubt that gave more value for money to the printer and possibly also to the readers. So we have that background, the possibility that they were already intended originally to be separate. Now, who read these sermons? How many people read them? I would dearly love to know. I mean, the assumption would be that there were people who could read in North Carolina, could read Gaelic, could manage Crawford style, and could read these aloud to others. But we don't know, we can't judge. And one of the things that's strange about this is how few copies have actually survived. As I said at the beginning, I know of only one. I may be wrong at present. There was apparently another in Glasgow that survived with a bookseller, Neil Campbell, until the beginning of the 20th century, at least the end of the 19th. And Donald Maclean, when listing Gaelic books in 1915, was aware of it. But my goodness, scarce indeed. And one wonders whether the sermons made much of a mark at the time. Were they too much before their time, before Gaels had become fully used to reading? So there are questions there. There's another interesting thing too here, preacher and print. This was a very bold move, moving from orality to print in Fayetteville, North Carolina. It was quite daring in some ways, because the general theory of sermons was that they were inspired, and the preacher got up there and he preached, and it was very much an oral delivery, and you didn't use even notes or so on and so on. But here in Fayetteville, there was a breakthrough, a big one in Gaelic terms, namely putting sermons into print. And this raises questions about how the preacher and the printer together had been able to acquire such a good command of Gaelic. Printing, reading, everything. This was a very skillful operation, and we cannot overlook that. Where did Crawford himself learn to read Gaelic? How had he become so skilled? These are more questions there. But what was happening in Arran when he was growing up? Was he exposed to the reading of the Gaelic Bible? It would have been Kirk's Bible of 1690, other than the New Testament in Gaelic, which was published in 1767. Was it through the Bible and reading of the Bible that he became so literate and skilled in Gaelic? These are questions that remain to be answered. We don't know precisely what was going on in Arran, but there's a strong possibility that if the Christian faith was coming in powerfully, evangelically too, printed texts were coming in Gaelic, translated works of the Puritans and so on. So there's a lot of research to be done there yet. It's impressive stuff, this. I've read through the sermons and the prayers, and I'm amazed at how good the typesetting is. I'm astonished. And as I've said already, better than Glasgow printers could do around the same time. There are very few errors. The spelling's a little strange here and there, but consistently strange. The lines are tightly packed together. That's the only drawback, and you have to separate words. But it's impressive stuff for a start. Amazing. So whoever was the compositor at that printers in Fayetteville did a great job. Now then, more questions. Who were, to read this book, who was the target readership really? Target readership, well, target listeners, who were they to be? It's obvious, I suppose, that it was the immigrant communities. But what were they to take also from Crawford's sermons? What was the main theme of each sermon? Well, let me try to tell you that fairly simply. The first sermon is based on Proverbs 22:6, Old Testament. Folk soos an yenef an san tlia an san corga glosacht, nur de visi og, agus an nur de hike go huis chatrig I. Bring up the child in the way he should go when he is young, and when he comes of age, he will not forsake it. In the absence of a plentiful supply of ministers, parents had a particularly onerous responsibility for the correct instruction of the young. Crawford makes much of the need to control the passions and uses graphic imagery of the natural world, including storm and wind, to describe their unfettered abuse. Here he is, contrasting the wilderness of the foolish mind with the cultivation of a wise mind in early years. In eentje gorach, hij kos wel refasig, van nach kien nie foonjoch zijn bi. Agus gaan jelach kou oenje, agus boeing, bika oprigig, amahagig, no lesig, no lesigig, no nach gavi loopig, no eumig, aan zijn taalse sloe. Agus vare vir tuksje gehaak ar na suyigig, en na huyigig, schijf agus ikni in een handig, in een plantigig. Eri torrig oe, vis taachnoch agus tavachgach, a reun aan se vehe sjo, agus aan se vehe taachum chech. The foolish mind, it is like a wilderness where nothing of any substance will grow, and it is only a waste of time and effort to work it, manure it, or fertilize it, when it cannot be bent or inclined to the slightest degree. But where understanding is instilled in early years and peacefully and neatly implanted, a crop will arise from it, which will be pleasant and profitable, both in this life and in the life to come. The second sermon draws its theme from Micah 2:10. Erev agus imichiv, or chan ye shober tav. Arise and go, for this is not your rest. These are both Old Testament texts for the preacher. And there Crawford warns his hearers of the dangers of settled living, and particularly those which come in the wake of prosperity. People must remember that they have to face death, and they must prepare for the heavenly kingdom with timely repentance. In an image of the seasons reminiscent of the Gaelic poem Ngaurig, the winter, by the celebrated religious poet of Gaelic Scotland, Dougal Buchanan, who lived from 1716 to 1768. In an image of the seasons reminiscent of Buchanan, Crawford addresses his hearers. And I do wonder if he's familiar with Buchanan, and possibly also with James Thomson and the seasons and English literature of that kind. He addresses them as follows. Feach sio cosalwch de vehe, ha erach de waiev, saurig de gaartjigis, fauwert de hwaantje, et jeffrige gehuis, agus hik een gaude groemwach van jerev, agus briestje gij schieskach kusper, verig mian den toer, no gaartjigis den grie. Kaatjen shinnen chech ashling de vorig, de honest jimmen, agus na hule gusperev, de vaad de grie. Vallai iat en shin, mar scal no carriage cellococh. Behold, this is the parable of your life, the springtime of your days, the summer of your pleasure, the autumn of your health, are hastening on to old age, and the surly winter will come at last, and it will break down every object that would produce desire for the eye or joy to the heart. Where then will flee the dream of your greatness, your short-lived happiness, and all the objects of your heart? These will depart like a shadow or a deceiving friend. Crawford's sermons in English, like the one to the Masons at Fayetteville, and in Gaelic, are in fact laced with extended metaphors based on the natural world, including sailing and navigation and storms at sea. And one must assume that Crawford crossing the Atlantic would have known a few things about that, storms and so on. And also, as a man from Arran constantly using boats, he would have been thoroughly familiar with the dangers, the risks of seafaring. And they're very impressive metaphors. I have to say that I have thoroughly enjoyed reading them. He puts them together beautifully and keeps at them. So this man was something of a poet as well as a preacher. And indeed, the quotation on the front page of his Gaelic sermons is from the very well-known English poet Alexander Pope. That's how he, in a sense, elevates, decorates the page, the first page of these sermons. For modes of faith, let foolish bigots fight. He can't be wrong, whose life is in the right, if I quote that correctly. And this puts him in with a very distinctive lot of literate men in English and Gaelic. He knew his English writings, and I think he knew some Gaelic ones as well. And all in all, he's in a literate circle. A highly capable man, very capable. And of course, we must wonder how much of this would have been accessible to ordinary hearers. This is very high-flown stuff. And you're asking a lot of the Raft Swamp folk and the people in Longstreet or wherever to assimilate all this. And there are 16 pages of tight print in each sermon. And the Masonic English one is in much the same length. He believed that you really should get a good sermon measured by length. And I would expect that some of these sermons took an hour and a half to proclaim or preach. I assume he may have written them up later for printing, but even so, he loved literary style, this fella, and he rejoiced in it, and he loved metaphors, and he went to town on them, went to see them too. He had a great time being a poet as well as a preacher. Now, here's a question. How do we, as we conclude, and I'll try to bring it to an end here, leaving a few minutes for questions. How do we fit this man in? How typical is he? Can we match him up with anything? Or is he all on his own? Is he a shooting star that turns up in North Carolina and blazes through the circuit of churches? Or were there others who did similar things? Now, on the Gaelic side, it wasn't unusual to find Gaelic-speaking chaplains going with regiments across the Atlantic and elsewhere. Some well-known Gaelic men in the 18th century did that. Reverend James MacLagan, who was a collector of Gaelic folklore, I think was associated with the Black Watch. But what is very distinctive about this man Crawford is that he served, as I said already, in both North Carolina and Scotland, and had this great desire or this great sense of opportunity to put sermons into print. Is there anybody like him anywhere that we can parallel? Well, there is one. And we find him in the Scottish Lowland Circuit and also overseas. He's a man called the Reverend Andrew Browne. When I gave a lecture some years back to the Friends of Edinburgh University Library on Dougal Crawford, I had the good fortune to have, as a member of the audience, Peter Freshwater, who was the deputy librarian at Edinburgh. And Peter drew my attention to a very similar career path in the case of Crawford's close contemporary, the Reverend Dr. Andrew Browne, who lived from 1763 to 1834. Browne was a native of Biggar, Lanarkshire, who was educated at the universities of Glasgow and Edinburgh, and on being licensed went to Halifax, Nova Scotia. There, he was minister of the Protestant Dissenting Church. In 1795, the year in which Crawford returned to Arran to become assistant at Kilmorey, you'll remember, Browne returned to Scotland too, and he became minister of Lochmaben, Dumfriesshire, and then New Greyfriars, Edinburgh. And he ended up as the professor of rhetoric and belles lettres at the University of Edinburgh. He had a publishing pattern very similar to our friend Crawford. When he was in Canada, he published a lecture at Nova Scotia to the North British Society at their anniversary meeting. So you see, pick up the similarities there. As Crawford did for the Masons at Fayetteville, so this man Browne is doing in Halifax, Nova Scotia for the North British Society. And a couple more sermons were published in Boston in the same year. And that is quite impressive as well. He's got two sermons and they're published in the 1790s. 1790 is the first one, then the two, 1793, 1794. Notice the dates in parallel here. And in Edinburgh, when he came back, Browne published two more sermons. He published one before the Corps of the Royal Midlothian Volunteer Cavalry, and it was published by request in 1801. And there was another one called The Standard of Excellence Established in the Gospel, a sermon preached in the Old Church, Edinburgh, February 18th, 1810. And that was a funeral oration, and that too was published by request, as far as I'm aware. That gives you an idea that there were preachers like Crawford elsewhere at the time. Overseas, Browne in Canada, Crawford in North Carolina, then going back to Scotland, becoming well known there too. So that's the sort of person he was. Notice the link to particular occasions and so on. So he's not your average sort of itinerant preacher, Dougal Crawford. He's a man of considerable, what would we say, pretensions, ability, a literary star, at least in his own eyes, I think. He liked that. And he was very capable. Now, how do we conclude? My final thoughts. We've got a lot to learn yet about Dougal Crawford. He remains something of an enigma, but I think we'll gradually get to him somehow or other when we've put all these sermons together and worked out their various nuances and their implications. On the one hand, we can see somebody with a bit of a preacher's heart. He obviously wanted to help the Raft Swamp congregations, the Long Street ones. He had a desire to do these things as a pastor, but he also had very high literary standards. He was a post-Enlightenment man, a minister who, I suppose as ministers did then, had grown in significance because of the Enlightenment. I rather suspect that was the case. But how do his sermons fit with Scottish Gaelic sermons around that time? Now, there's an interesting question. Was he a classic bore, as it were? Were there worse, better, what? Well, these are good questions. And I've been reading the Gallic sermons such as I've been able to access from that period and the snippets I've seen of them. And it's very clear that ministers at that time were powerful literary figures. They liked to write good prose when they got going with their pens, and manuscript versions of Gallic sermons survived from this period. And the ones I've read, well, if you think Crawford's heavy going, some of the Gallic ones are tough, I can tell you. But it was the standard thing that ministers preached these very intellectually challenging sermons then. One of the fascinating things about this is that when the Reverend Dr. Norman MacLeod began to publish his journals in 1829, he had dialogues in the journals. And he published the journals so that he could download Gaelic to the ordinary people who were becoming literate. And one of his characters says beautifully, well, if they give us, somebody says they're going to give us sermons in these journals. And this man says, Hanyelisakam hain, nan tuch to gaib sherman a chudamach, a burin, the goonye bochka hitching, can shake over the fame. This fellow says, when he hears there are going to be sermons in the new journal, oh, I don't know. If they could just somehow hit on publishing sermons that poor people could understand, they would indeed be useful. There you are, folks. That's a first overview of Dougal Crawford. And I would just say to be continued, I hope, in days ahead. Thank you.
Very good. We'll give a virtual round of applause to you, Donald. Thank you very much for that. And we do have some time that we'll entertain some questions. If anyone has a question, you can either type that into the chat. If someone would like to ask a question, if you'd either type your name into the chat so I could recognize you, perhaps ask you to unmute. That would be a convenient way perhaps of doing that. So I'll open up the floor for a moment for that. And while I'm waiting, I might also give a little footnote about the surviving copy of the sermon. Back in 2009, when I was locating into my current facility for the center and creating exhibits for it, I wanted to get an image of at least the front page of the booklet, which showed not only the sermon, but showed that it was printed in Fayetteville. And I was very fortunate to be in touch with the church historian of the First Presbyterian Church in Fayetteville, who was a very tedious and meticulous guarder of the church's valuable records and items there, who met me at a print shop in Fayetteville to get a good color scan that might have been used for the exhibit that I was planning. And so she very kindly met me at the shop, and we made the copy that I wished to have. But then while I was there, I thought, my goodness, how many times has this been out? And here I am with modern day technology. While it is out, I should get a full scan of the whole sermon, the whole booklet. And fortunately, I did so, and it was returned back to the historian who evidently took it back to the church. So I didn't really think much about that at the time, outside of the fact that I had a good copy that was on disc and good photocopies as well. Until 4 years ago, when Dr. Tiber Fawcett, who some will know, who's actually on this live Zoom today, was staging an exhibit on Gallic literature as it related to North Carolina for the Wilson Library at UNC Chapel Hill. And they were searching for a copy, a good copy, better than they had there at Wilson Library. And they actually were searching to the First Church in Fayetteville to see if they might be able to get that original on loan, because it was the only known copy. That ended up drawing up a real mystery, if you will, because they said it's missing. And you know, were that the case, I've been in touch with the church historian, with the family. It was obviously taken back to the church, and I simply think that they do not know what they might have. There's been some change in personnel at the church, change in ministers. These older ladies who were typically the keepers of history and tradition have passed on, including that lady who I spent time with there. So I'm scheduled to get back up there now that COVID has lifted to the greatest degree, to go with the minister and the current church historian through the church's safe and see if we can actually find that original. You know, there's some question as to whether it still exists or not. However, there is a good copy. That copy has been shared with the Wilson Library, who now was delighted to have a better copy than they ever had. But we're keeping our fingers crossed that the original does still exist, and it is there. And in fact, a good friend of Donald and myself now, Mr. Robert Curry of the Learned Kindred of Curry, is actually working on a video documentary, which is actually featuring some of the reenacted excerpts of the sermon, which we did in 2008 in conjunction with the Scotland County Highland Games at the Old Laurel Hill congregation, which is actually one that will be celebrating its 225th anniversary tomorrow. And it is a church where Dougal Crawford is recorded as the first person to visit that at that point Brush Arbor, before the actual edifice was built. He was the first minister to that congregation, which is celebrating their 225th anniversary tomorrow. So we're hoping that's going to turn out. Are there any questions for Donald? Anyone might like to? Ann Landon asked me to say something to Dr. Meek about the Little Ministers of Barbecue. I don't know whether that's something that you've come about or not, but it was recorded by one of the ministers that said that he would rather speak to the most learned congregation or the most fashionable congregation in Edinburgh, as opposed to the little men of barbecue, the little Carls of barbecue. That they were obviously a learned and very critical group of men there. Could you perhaps respond to that in some way? To that comment? No.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very interesting. I mean, if you're implying that the little men of barbecue were very learned, I think they would have had to have been to cope with Crawford. And I mean, one of the things that I often think about is how we disparage. We've been taught to disparage our own Gaelic people who weren't able to read, and they weren't able to do this, that, and the next thing. But there were certain of them who were more than able to do that. And, you know, we have to deal with these myths as well about the Gaels. And certainly, Crawford thought that they could take a fair bit, you know. Whether they did or not, I don't know, but the implications of these finely wrought sermons are quite something. Anyone else to add to that?
There's another mention here. Someone said, is there a published facsimile with translation? That's Molly McLeod asking that. And Donald, perhaps you might wish to speak about your ongoing work with the sermon and well, the future and what the attempt may be.
Well, this project is one which I hope will give you an edition with Crawford's original text. Whether we can rise to a facsimile, I'm not sure, but then a modernized version of that text, and also an English translation of it, of all the texts. And at the same time, an analysis of the Gaelic, the levels of Gaelic, the style, and so on. And in that respect, I'm joining forces with Professor Rob Mullally of Glasgow University, who's a very able dialectologist, and we'll be looking at the levels of language in the sermons. So if I'm spared and well, and Robbie too, we might be able to produce something fairly useful within the next couple of years when Rob Mullally manages to demit some of the greater burdens of administration which he's carrying at the moment. So we're aiming towards that. It's quite a challenge actually to do justice to this man.
Very good, Molly. I hope that answers your question. I've certainly been willing to share copies of the original here, but it is available now again at Wilson Library. You can see the copies of the original, and again, hoping to get our hands on the original copy as well very soon. Are there any further questions for Dr.
Ronnie Black?
Yeah, I enjoyed that very much indeed, Donald. Of course, I would, being yourself, and also because I've been aware of the existence of the Raft Swamp sermons for a very long time. I'm going to raise the Aaron angle, I think.
Yeah, good, please do.
Because there's something going on here. I know one shouldn't make too many judgments based on one sole example, but Aaron, many years ago, I edited a letter from an immigrant.
Yes.
By an immigrant from.
I know it well, a Henry one.
Yes, to Lower Canada, to Ontario. I think the date was 1834, so a wee bit after us. But that's the letter being in Gaelic.
Yes.
So here we have sermons from the forgotten the exact date,
1791. 1780s, you can see.
Yeah, so pretty unique sermons by an Aaron man in Carolina, and here we have a pretty unique letter in Gaelic from an Aaron man.
Yes.
In Ontario. Is it to do, and this goes to the heart of your research and your interest, is it to do with the strength of congregationalism, the strength of the Baptist and church, and this independent spirit of churches which, unlike the established church, unlike the Episcopalians, unlike the Catholics, put a lot of emphasis on the written language. So
yes, exactly. I was thinking of your article on Donald Henry. It's Donald Henry, isn't it? If I can remember correctly. Yeah. And it's mentioned in my fuller script. And exactly that. And I've got to investigate this because there's a fair bit of evidence, that's been accumulated about books circulating in Aaron at that time, Gaelic religious texts.
Yeah, at which time though? Is that true of of when Dougal Crawford was growing up in Aaron?
Oh yes, I mean it's the 1750s onwards, from when you get these Puritan translations. And I suspect they were hovering around somewhere. And the itinerant Baptist and congregational people were great folk for trying to get into print, make people literate to read tracts and whatnot. But the thing about Crawford is he's that bit earlier, he's in the second half of the 18th century. And we're going to have to dig here to see what exactly was going on. It's truly quite remarkable. And as I said, North Carolina has preserved for us an absolute treasure. And that's why I'm enlisting Rob Mullally as well to save together. And you're welcome to join us, Ronald. I've thought of you a few times, the more the merrier, with your expertise on books and whatnot. It'd be wonderful.
Well, it
So
leads
there you
to
are.
it leads to other questions, doesn't it? About well, sort of biographical question. The poor man, you laid some stress on the strongly intellectual and difficult nature, bit over people's heads. And then, of course, he turned tail and left and came back to Ireland. Do you think he was a disappointment? Do you think he didn't find the level of literacy amongst the Gaelic people in Carolina that he had expected and hoped for? And
I do wonder.
That leads to another question, which is maybe more for Bill and others here than for you. Were there many Aran people in Carolina, in Dougal Crawford?
Yes, I can answer that. There were, in fact, very near, not very far from the Longstreet congregation, is an area that was sort of known as Little Aran. In fact, there's still road names and things like that for family names, like Lindsay and Curry and others like that were definitely Aran people, particularly down east in an area where another Aran minister ministered initially. The Reverend Colin Lindsay was an Aran man, another Gaelic speaker, a little bit later than Crawford. So yes, definitely some Aran folk. Yeah. And I might add, we've got another question here, which I think is quite interesting. Do you think how would modern congregations respond to Crawford's sermons today? I think it's an interesting perspective, interesting question.
I mean, they're used to it now in Gaelic Scotland, but printed sermons in the Gaelic context. But as I was saying, you know, even in 1829, ministers as well informed as the Reverend Dr. Norman MacLeod were concerned about people's ability to read the sermons that were then available. But through the spread of literacy through the churches, I don't think people have too many worries about reading sermons. They might still have a worry or two about a preacher who goes up to read his sermons from a script in the pulpit, though that I think has gone too. But I think they would certainly be happy enough over here. I mean, there's no problem. They love their Dúlach and Gaelic, their Gaelic pages and their page, whatever page they get in the journals of the churches. So no problem now, certainly with us. But I mean, it started, I mean, the way I see this, the sermons is they started at what we call upper register, very high, and really an art form. And gradually they've come down. And more recently in Gaelic Scotland, they've been refashioned to accommodate learners of Gaelic and to bring them into the fold. So there's an interesting book actually to be written, if I had another life, on how changes are taking place in preaching homiletics in Gaelic relative to changing constituencies and users of text. Fascinating. PhD there for someone.
Might I be allowed to come back and say maybe Dougal Crawford then thought that the whole point of printing sermons was to be able to do the more complicated stuff, the more complex thought, given that when reading, one can pause and ponder a particular point that is being made, and one can read something several times until one grasps the essential message.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think you have to bear in mind the role of the preacher as an elevator of mental ability and a teacher at different levels in a context like this, and that hasn't changed to an extent. I mean, I'm conscious when I do a sermon of helping the learner constituency up, and there's a different. Times have changed, but the basic teaching arch, and that is very germane to them, particularly ministers who were fashioned by the Enlightenment and other currents of philosophy. This is where we need to talk. I need to talk to experts like Anne Matheson, our friend, who's who knows a lot about the sort of philosophies behind 18th century sermons, you know, to get a right view of the minds of these preachers. Yeah, absolutely, Ronald. Thank you for all these points. Perfect.
Thank you.
Very good. I just bring to note maybe one final comment in regard to this from Jim Bowie, one of our attendees, has brought up, as you mentioned, the story of how sometimes these communities were not served by ministers, and we know that the 1739 group was to be accompanied by a minister, and that did not happen at sort of a last minute situation there, that they were not accompanied by a minister. And when they were first visited by actually an Ulster Scot, they were anxious to meet and hear someone that had come to speak to them, but I noted that they could scarcely understand a word I said, and they were the poorest singers I ever heard in all my life. So very, very, very typical there. Donald, thank you so very much. Ronnie, thank you for joining in as well. Again, let's give a virtual round of applause to Donald for his excellent presentation. And we look forward to hearing more from you. And thank you so much for your presentation.
Well, thank you.
Which has enlightened us on Crawford. We hope that we will have some more, as we say, epiphanies, discovering the original copy, and then perhaps discovering again how Crawford actually got to North Carolina, because it seems that the information that we're given in the FOSTI and other sources, list him as a chaplain in the Scots Brigade of the Dutch Army. And I've done a bit of digging on that myself, and through the help of Matthew Janik, who's at the U.S. Military Academy, Naval Academy rather, was one of our other speakers in past years. We've searched pretty thoroughly the rosters and muster lists of that Scots Brigade, and we do not find Crawford. And I'm told that at the time of the close of the war, that the Dutch, of course, declared war on the British. And at that point, the Dutch brigade simply, to a great degree, scattered. So we don't know really how Crawford ends up in Charleston, where he's eventually discovered and brought here to Carolina. But we can almost suppose, when one looks at the evacuation list of the British forces from Charleston in 1782, there were several companies of the Bladen Militia, the Bladen County Loyalist Militia, which would have included folks. There was a company from Shoe Heel, there's a company from Bear Swamp, Green Swamp, various areas surrounding that Raft Swamp community, which was a very loyalist leaning community, that perhaps they may have found this man in Charleston, sent word back to others who were not evacuating, hey, there's a minister here that's a Gaelic speaker, and thus that connection was made. But still a lot of questions to be answered as to how exactly he got here. So that's a fascinating story as well. So in any event, thank you once again, Donald. And we'll be moving on now to our next presentation. Give me just a moment to set up here. And we're going to be welcoming in just a moment here. Let's see. There, Phyllis Arnold. I found her on my list here. Thank you again, Donald. I'm going to unpin you at this point, and I'm going to welcome Phyllis Arnold, who's with us actually here at St. Andrews. And I've had the pleasure of spending the past couple of days with Phyllis. And I'd also, before I introduce Phyllis and the topic here, would also like to say a big hello and welcome to Amy Sinclair Dom, who is with us today from Northern Virginia. And it was actually my connection with Amy that led me to meet Phyllis. And both of these ladies are the third great granddaughters of the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair, who was one of the last called ministers to this region of North Carolina, who were called in great degree because of their ability to still speak Gaelic for the populations in the churches that still required that. And this was just prior to the outbreak of the Civil War. She'll be speaking about what I think is a very fascinating family who were latecomers to this Highland settlement, but obviously Highland and Gaelic speakers. And the story which Phyllis is going to share with us, and Amy may augment as well by voice as well, if necessary, is I think one of the, to paraphrase it, one of the greatest stories never told, because we have heard of these ministers, and we've heard, those of us that have done research about this community have heard a lot of things about these ministers, particularly one of them. I think we've simply been presented a one-sided story, perhaps, as we look at things now, in regard to the life, particularly of the Reverend James Sinclair, father and son, who both served in different parts of this Highland settlement. And in any event, it's a fascinating story, a lot of twists and turns in it. In the end, you will be left to be the judge of what you think, how history has judged them at this point. I know Amy and I, or excuse me, Phyllis and I have found some really interesting absences of historical record within the past couple of days. We scratch our heads and wonder why about that. It's a terribly interesting story. I'd like to welcome Phyllis Arnold, who is the third great granddaughter of the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair, and also the great grandniece of the Reverend James Sinclair, a lovely family of ministers and folks that really have a story to tell in many parts of North Carolina, but particularly here in our Highland settlement with a couple of those family members. So I'm going to turn the program over to Phyllis, and we welcome you, and we might want to make sure that your audio is on and you're ready to go. And I turn the program over to Phyllis Arnold, who comes to us from Bel Air, Maryland. Thank you for being with us here, Phyllis, and we look forward to your presentation. And I'll invite Amy to Amy Sinclair Dom to maybe augment, as you may call on her, there. All right.
Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you. The volume is a little bit on the low end.
A little bit on the low end. Let's
Now
see.
you're better. Now you're better.
How's that? Better?
Now you're better.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. So good to be with you all today. Amy Dom, Amy Sinclair Dom, I know you're there, so please join in at any point. Amy and I have been working together for the last couple of months, but we've known each other for a couple of years, and we sort of met each other online in our research about our family. We were coming at it from two different branches, but we discovered that we had a mutual ancestor, the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. Amy is descended from one of his sons, Alexander, and I am descended from the youngest son, Peter. Neither of us is direct descendant of son James, who was a minister here in North Carolina. Two of the sons were. James was the eldest son of John Campbell Sinclair, who came to the United States after first emigrating from Scotland to Nova Scotia. He served in Pictou, Nova Scotia, and then was on Prince Edward Island with his family. And he served there as a minister to several churches. He was he studied at the University of Glasgow and at the University of Edinburgh. And he eventually returned to the University of Glasgow for his classical education to become a minister. He married in Scotland to Mary Julia MacLean. And then they had all of their children were born in Scotland. And they moved to Canada in around 1838. I think that is correct. About 1838, after the birth of their youngest son, Peter. He was called there again because there were Gaelic-speaking peoples in the area in Prince Edward Island. Many people had immigrated to that area, and he was appointed at one point to be the preacher and pastor at West Point around February 15th, 1843, after having been in Nova Scotia and on Prince Edward Island for about 5 years. His daughter, Annie Sinclair, she, about that same time, it is reported that she made her public profession of faith and became a member of the church where her father was pastor. I'll give you a quick picture of the family of Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. Let me share my screen with you. Let's see. Can do that. Oh, I need to do this first, I think. Let's see. And I'm not sure if it's going to share, but he, a few years later, is looking to move his family to the United States. His sons are older. The eldest, James, is married, and he marries a woman named Mary McPherson. They're married in Prince Edward Island. The census records of that time, of the later date in North Carolina, indicate that they had their first child in North Carolina, but that's incorrect. We know that their first son, who is also named James, he is born in Prince Edward Island. So you know that there are a few errors in the record. Hold on just a moment. Can you hear me, Bill? Trying to see what we've got going on here.
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment.
Good, sorry. So I'm trying here to kind of go through just a few little things. I'm having a little bit of a technical glitch because I had hoped to share the screen with you, but it's not quite working the way I had planned, and that's all right. So upon about 1852, so they were on Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island for a long time, from 1838 to 1852. John Campbell Sinclair visits the United States. He's looking into exploring Princeton and the Western Theological Seminary for his son's education. And at that time, he moves the family to Massachusetts. Interestingly, he is also seeing to the education of his daughters. It's reported that his daughter Annie studied at the Female High School of Newburyport, which was established in Newbury in 1842. And while they're not in Massachusetts for a long time, I just found it interesting that he made that such a high priority for his daughters to attend. Bill, you may want to jump in and maybe ask a question periodically just to see if I'm going anywhere near this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you having difficulty with your screen share?
I'm having a little difficulty with this with sharing the screen. So let me just put you on mute for just a moment and I'll be right there. Okay.
There are always little things that happen along the way. Regret this. We tested things just yesterday from the very place, but hopefully we'll get this worked out in just a moment. Here we go.
There we go.
All right, you can continue, Phyllis.
All right, can you hear me now?
We're good.
Excellent. All right, thank you all for your patience. I am new to this, and it's been an adventure, that's for sure. All right, I think I know what I'm doing here. This is great. So I wanted to go back. Oop, that is not what we wanted. Can you see the presentation?
You're on to your menu now.
Yep, that's not what I wanted. Hold just a moment. Okay, I need a little technical help here. There we go. Exited out of your presentation. I don't know how I did that. All right. Is it that one? Yes. Mhm. Great. That's what I tried to do. It didn't let me do it. Is that it? Yeah. Voila. Okay, great. All right. So here's just to share with you, in case this is a photo of the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair, father, and here is his family. We do not have a picture of his son, James Sinclair. He has been elusive in the record for sure. And I think Bill sort of touched on that. There are a lot of things missing in the historical record about James. There's a lot of information about him, but not a lot of personal effects to find. They had, John and his wife had 5 children. And I found, and Amy, I think she would agree, that we found that the background of the family was important in telling the story of James, because James Sinclair becomes a minister, as do his brother, Alexander, and his sister does not become a minister, but she marries a minister, a prominent minister, and she becomes very active as in the Presbyterian Church, in the women's movement of the Presbyterian Church. So she is very interesting. So we wanted you all to know a little bit about the entire family as we move forward here. Not all of the connections I think were ever made that James was related to these other people. We hear a lot about the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. We hear a lot about James Sinclair, but we don't always hear a lot about his brothers or his sister. Here we go. We talked a little bit about his emigration already from Nova Scotia. James, the eldest, was married in 1846. I think I touched on that, to Mary McPherson. They had their first child, Julia Laura Sinclair, and she was born on Prince Edward Island in 1847. And their first son, John, was born in 1848. The census records show him as being born in North Carolina. It has to be incorrect because they weren't even in the United States yet. So he couldn't have been born in North Carolina. Here's a picture of the school that Annie attended at the Female High School of Newburyport. This picture was actually taken in 1867. She attended there in about 1852. The school burned down shortly after this photo was taken in, I think, 1871. Here we go. James and Mary had a third child in 1853. Again, this is another one where the census isn't accurate. It states that this young man was born, he's Alexander, named after James's brother. It says he's born in Pennsylvania, but he would have been born in Massachusetts. The family eventually moves to the Pittsburgh area, and both sons, Alexander and James, attend the Western Theological Seminary there, just in Allegheny City, which is right near Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. John Campbell Sinclair at that time becomes employed with the American and Foreign Christian Union. And in the same year, 1854, they lose Mary Julia Sinclair, John Campbell Sinclair's wife. And she is buried there in a cemetery outside of Pittsburgh.
Phyllis, if you were to click on your slideshow button, you can show us larger images there as opposed to showing them individually.
Do that. How can I do that? Oop,
Oh, slide.
oh,
Yeah. Here,
voila,
yeah.
okay. Is that going?
Cool. Yeah.
There we go, excellent. Oh, good.
Yay.
So glad. That's great. So Reverend Sinclair is shown as is reported in a newspaper article printed in 1901 that he served as the pastor of the First Presbyterian Church of Birmingham for a short time, only about a year. He succeeded another pastor who had been there for a long time. And then he is succeeded just a year later. And it's pretty likely that moving to a new country again, moving to a new city, losing his wife and all of the duties of ministerial work may have been a little bit more to take on all in that very first year in Pittsburgh. So we can't really tell why he steps down at that time, but it seems to be more of a need to focus in one area or another. In 1855, their son Alexander, he is married. He receives his license from the Presbytery of Ohio, and he marries Ellen Cummings Plummer. He graduates in May of 1856, and in June of 1856, he is installed as a pastor of the Presbyterian Church of Sharpsburg, Pennsylvania. But in the same month, his wife Ellen dies. It's just less than 6 months after they were married. And Amy Dahm was able to find this. I don't know how she found it. She dug up this printed, published sermon that Alexander gave at his wife's funeral. And it conveys the depth of his sadness over the loss of his wife. And it's fairly moving. And it was a surprising and kind of an exciting piece of history that Amy found. In 1856, the youngest son, Peter Sinclair, married Ellen Arthur, and his father, John Campbell Sinclair, performed the ceremony. Peter and Ellen had one child, a son named John Campbell Sinclair, who was named after, obviously, the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. James Sinclair in 1857 graduates from the seminary, and he is called to pastor at Smyrna and the Ashpole churches in North Carolina. Bill and I visited Ashpole and Smyrna, the Smyrna location where that church was. These photos were taken just yesterday, and it was very interesting to be there. The Ashpole church has not changed since James was there. And they were called there because they were Gallic speakers, and there was a large Gallic speaking community in this region. So their skills were necessary and really needed. They were glad to be called, and I think they were excited to come to North Carolina at the time. Right at the time that James is called to Smyrna, his wife, Mary, gives birth to their twin daughters, Mary Ellen and Sarah Elizabeth, in Sharpsburg, Pennsylvania. We don't know if James was there for the birth because he was called to Smyrna right at the same time. We assume that he probably was and came here shortly after, but I just found that very interesting that the family is growing. All of these family things are happening. We talk all the time about these ministers and the things that they did and maybe what they're known for, but they had deep and abiding affection and love for their families, and they were well connected with each other and communicated regularly. So we do have a lot of information about the family. Alexander Sinclair, same year, 1857, James's brother, another son of the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. He's called to the ministry in Charlotte, North Carolina. He serves at the First Presbyterian Church there. And that's about a year after his wife died. So he was, it's probably a welcome change. It's a year after his mourning. So it's probably a good time for him to go there. This photo of the church is on its present day website. it states that in 1857, about the time that Alexander would have arrived there, the congregation had outgrown its original building and erected a second building, about a cost of about $13,000. So it was a fairly wealthy community there, even at that time. And to this day, the architecture there is still reminiscent of what it was in as early as 1883 and 1857. So I think that's interesting. In 1857-58, there were an awful lot of celebrations. You know, it's still before the war, and things are happening. John Campbell Sinclair's youngest son, Peter, was admitted to the bar of North Carolina, having moved there following his father and his brothers. That same year, John Campbell Sinclair's son, Alexander, marries Mary Laura Davidson. In August of 1858, the Davidsons are a wealthy family in the area, and they were married by James Sinclair, Alexander's brother, and they were married in Mecklenburg, North Carolina. That same month, their sister was married to the Reverend David Ayres Cunningham. Dr. Cunningham is a well-liked and minister, and he serves in the Pittsburgh and West Virginia areas throughout his lifetime. But he is in and out of North Carolina a lot, visiting with the family, and he is present for a number of family events, weddings, baptisms, and other events throughout the years. At the time that they were married, he was the minister at Bridgewater, Pennsylvania, and the couple was married shortly after Alexander, same month in August of 1858. And the same year that John Campbell Sinclair was called to pastor at Galatia Presbyterian Church. I had the pleasure of visiting that church earlier this week and meeting the current minister there. Bill was very helpful in making that happen. I appreciate that. I really found this interesting. John Campbell Sinclair was installed at Galatia in January. It was called there in 1858, but he was officially installed in January. And his sons and the Reverend Sinclair, Cunningham rather, were all there. James read the charge to the congregation. Alexander gave the sermon, and Reverend Cunningham read the charge to the pastor. So it was a family event. They were all involved, and it was a very, very happy occasion. And here we have a photograph of Galatia Presbyterian that still remembers John Campbell Sinclair. They have a history on their website, and he preached 2 sermons each Sunday, one in English and one in Gaelic. Many people from the entire region would attend. All of the Gaelic speakers would certainly attend, as many as could. There are photos here. There's a photo here to the far right. You can see of what the building may have looked like around that time or shortly after his coming to the area. The more modern church there was not built at that time. This region was known as the Little Highlands of Scotland, and that was largely because there were so many Gaelic speakers in the region, and there were a good number of Gaelic ministers who were called to serve here. Probably should mention too that he was Reverend John Campbell Sinclair was one of the last Gaelic speaking ministers in the state of North Carolina. He was sought after and was called to serve in many of the churches. He was also called at Longstreet, which Bill and I visited earlier this week. And I think I have a photo of that in here somewhere. But he also pastored and continued his service at Barbecue Church, which is very similar in its architecture as Galatia was. I found that interesting. Both John Campbell Sinclair and James were fluent in Gaelic, and they served in this region for a good number of the congregations. In 1859, James Sinclair's wife, Mary, died in childbirth. Mary McPherson Sinclair, her burial location was a little bit of a mystery. We sort of knew where she was. Bill's family, Bill Cottle's family, his son, and was working on a Boy Scout project, an Eagle project, and they discovered that Mary's gravesite had some damage. They repaired the damage. Here's a photo that was taken just yesterday of her repaired tombstone. Interestingly, we found that she is buried right next to the family plot for James's second wife's family, the McQueens. So that is very interesting. And but she and her infant son are buried there together. The tombstone is lovely, and the engravings are indicative of the affection that he had for her. Here we go. You can see them a little more closely. Mary, the beloved wife of Reverend James Sinclair, pastor of the Presbyterian Church of Smyrna and Ashpole. So it's interesting that that is documented on this tombstone, because at Ashpole we could find no evidence, well, very, very little evidence of James's existence at Ashpole. There is a big gap in the pictures there of all of the ministers. There's a wall that commemorates the ministers who've served there. James's photo is not available, and he is not mentioned there. But it is interesting that it is here engraved in stone on Mary's tombstone. And Bill, I did find that scripture verse at the bottom is 2 Timothy. Oop, sorry about that. I did something here. I was trying to get to it, but it's 2 Timothy. And there we go. The following year, we have Peter's in North Carolina. He gets there as early as 1859, and we know that he passed the North Carolina bar. He is the first of the Sinclairs to become a publisher and editor for the North Carolinian. Later, scholars have documented that perhaps James served as a editor there, and it is entirely possible that he did. Our family lore was that James wrote some articles that were published in the North Carolinian that caused some difficulty for Peter in his service later in the for the Confederacy. And we will touch on that. But we know that Peter was the publisher and editor of the Daily North Carolinian. That happened as early as April 1860, I believe. And he did work for a while with a partner, sometimes different partners. The paper was published daily, sometimes weekly. Peter himself was a Unionist. He wrote several articles in the North Carolinian advocating for staying in the Union. That obviously did not happen at the time, but he was a fairly outspoken editor, and he wasn't afraid to speak his mind. That same year, that's when James marries Mary Eliza McQueen. And the McQueens were a very, very wealthy family. They were connected, slave owning North Carolina family. And Mary Eliza is described as astonishingly beautiful, regally beautiful, a perfect blonde, intensely expressive blue eyes, light brown hair, inclined to wave around her brow. It goes on and on. In the same book where that description is, James Sinclair is described as, well, he's just basically called James Sinclair. They don't give much of a description. He's, a fine man, and that's about it. The McQueens were none too pleased with, I think, with their daughter's choice of a husband. However, because James was so very, very, Peter and James were very, very outspoken about their beliefs, but James was outspoken at the pulpit, and he really angered some people in Ashpole with his speaking on abolitionism and his abolitionist views from the pulpit. So much so that the locals in the area they really were trying to do him in. They would have been happy to see him no longer among them. And it caused a bit of a trouble because, especially for the McQueens, who were very connected in the area. And the story is that the McQueens may have either encouraged or procured a position for him in the Confederate Army to basically restore family honor and, pave the way so that perhaps things would not be so difficult for James and his wife if he could be of service to the Confederacy. That didn't quite turn out that way, but I think that was the reason for his going in to service in the Confederate Army. He was really not of much service anymore at Ashpole because he angered an awful lot of people. James and his brother Peter end up at the First Battle of Bull Run at First Manassas. James is with the 5th North Carolina Regiment, and I believe that is also where Peter started with. James's service there is lauded. He commanded 4 companies of skirmishers to attack the enemy on the right. He is heading a charge that results in them being able to win this battle. And it was initially reported that General Longstreet awarded him a sword for his efforts and offered him a job on his staff. It was actually reported in the Charlotte Bulletin. Later, that report is rescinded a bit and changed up. Longstreet denies that he ever gives a sword, and it's acknowledged that he served the Confederacy, but there is no record of him actually serving directly with Longstreet on Longstreet's staff that I can find. Here we have Peter. Peter also fought at the Battle of First Manassas, and he laid down his pen. That is reported by his daughter, Moffat Duart Sinclair, in a book she wrote about 100 years later on the 100th anniversary of her father going into the Confederate Army, in a book called The Flags of Destiny. Peter laid down his pen, volunteered for the Lafayette Light Infantry, and he was instrumental in raising some troops for Cumberland County, and he was in the North Carolina Infantry Regiments with Colonel McCrae, and they continued to work together for a number of battles over in Virginia, and I think right up until the end of 1862. James takes his commitment to serving in the Confederate Army pretty seriously, even though it seems to be something he's not, that he might be struggling with morally, but he is committed. He places several ads in North Carolina papers to rally young men to the Southern cause. And they do muster at Crabtree near Raleigh, and he is appointed colonel in charge of that regiment at that time. Around the same time, we see other things happening with the family. John Campbell Sinclair and Reverend Alexander Sinclair are present at the installation of Reverend Robert Burwell at the Hopewell Church. And we presume that is going to be one or both of them, because Alexander Sinclair later he was married to Laura Davidson, and who was a member of that Hopewell Church. Her family was a member of that Hopewell Church. So I would assume that one or both of them were there at that time, and we can find record of that. There are things still happening outside the war among the family. And they're all keeping in touch with each other. We know that through some letters that have been found through the decades. In 1861, James Sinclair is actually formally elected as colonel, but shortly thereafter, his second wife gives birth to their son Edmund McQueen Sinclair, and his brother Peter Sinclair's regiments participate in Northern Virginia and Fairfax Courthouse during the first winter of the war. And then just shortly after that, in early 1862, we find James at the Battle of New Bern. James gets into a lot of trouble with the Battle of New Bern. He was pretty much lauded for his heroic deeds, I guess, at Manassas. And they expected him to perform really well at New Bern as in command, but he was put in a pretty tight space. It was a very difficult location where his troops were, where his unit was stationed. It was going to be a tough fight, no matter what. You can see here, he's in here. There's Bill could probably speak to this a little bit more than I can, because there's a trench right there, Bill, is that correct? Right in this area?
That's correct. That's the trench that would have been infiltrated by the federal forces.
Right. And there's a waterway, and there's also a road here, you can see. And the Union Army was better manned. They had more troops. They had more ability to get in and around and to overtake this area. But what really gets James in trouble is that at one point, his unit, they can see and hear an officer, a high-ranking officer, Union officer, from where they are. And James does not allow his men to shoot on him. They do not, he does not allow them to do it. He doesn't take the shot, and he doesn't allow his men to do it. That may or may not be what caused some of those soldiers to leave the area. They knew they were outmanned for sure. But eventually the Confederacy loses this battle. And in the early reports, James is pretty consistent in his report of what happened, that men left the battlefield, that he was not supported well by the other units in the area. There was a confusion in what the orders that were given from the higher command. So, and he's fairly consistent in that report. What is not consistent are the reports of his fellow officers. Their early reports sort of go along that same line, but they get altered along the way. Somehow they change their reports a little bit later and just, pretty much throw James under the bus. It's at this point we realize that James's abolitionist views are of some concern to his fellow officers, and they are not too sure about him. And one good way to get rid of an officer that you're not too sure of is to question his command in battle and what he did and did not do. So there is a good chance that his views had become widely known, and they did not trust him. So they targeted him and kind of saved their own skins. By 1861, November of 1861, he has resigned. So in the same year that he is appointed a colonel of the 35th North Carolina, he is resigning from that unit. And shortly after that, after resigning, he returned to his home in Lumberton, North Carolina. While he's in Lumberton, he is arrested, thrown in jail, taken to Wilmington, and they're seriously considering charging him for treason. And he makes a statement, he writes letters, he puts an article in the paper, and eventually all charges are dropped and he is sent home. But there was a good chance that James would have been in prison for the remainder of the war for treason. And it's probably related to the fact that he did not order the shot on the Union officer. That may or may not have made a difference in the battle, but it was a questionable order, I'm sure. Here's where we found, right around the same time that he is officially resigning from the Confederacy, we get the official dismissal from the church at Ashpole. Now I know Amy Dahm has not seen these yet. We just found them. Yeah, we just found these yesterday. Bill Caudle and I thank him mightily. We were able to see the original session records at Ashpole Presbyterian Church yesterday, and we found an entry on July 6th of 1862 that addresses the dismissal of James Sinclair. But there is a little bit of a backstory. James has resigned his commission. He is no longer a soldier. He wants to go back to ministry, and he has not been paid for his time while he is away. He had petitioned the Synod of North Carolina to make sure that he, and petitioned the church for back salary for the arrearage, but they ignored it. And rather than ever dealing with it and even mentioning it all, they just state that the session convened. It was resolved unanimously to call a meeting at the church for the purpose of dissolving the relation heretofore existing between Ashpole Church and the Reverend James Sinclair. And that's pretty much the end of it. They don't mention anything about his preaching abolitionism from the pulpit. They don't talk about owing any money, and they move on. From a church's point of view, he wasn't there for quite a while, so it was fairly frugal thinking and good use of resources to not put the money out, but that's probably not the real reason why. We think they withheld his salary because they didn't like his politics. About the same time, March 1862, Peter Sinclair was promoted to a major. He's transferred to Early's brigade and went to the peninsula and served in the trenches at Yorktown. Peter, while James is struggling with his role as a soldier, Peter is thriving and doing well. He is well respected, and he distinguished himself on the battlefield at Williamsburg. Interestingly, at Williamsburg, it's reported that his horse was shot and killed under him, and he was bruised in that skirmish, but he was not seriously injured at that point. He did write to his brother, Reverend Alexander Sinclair. This letter is actually a transcript that's found in the archives in North Carolina, and it says that he recounts the severe battle at Williamsburg, and he includes the names of those who were wounded and fallen that the family would have known. It's a very touching letter, and it's written very shortly after the battle. And he closes the letter with, "My love to all, and God bless you." So they are riding home, and that is how the soldiers kept people aware and and informed of what was happening, how they lost their young men, and who was well. In May to December, we find Peter fighting at Seven Pines and Gaines Mills in Fredericksburg. He is struck and wounded at Gaines Mills, and it went through his thigh. He did recover in time to be with the regiment at Fredericksburg, but shortly after that time, he resigned his commission. The reason Peter resigns his commission has a lot to do with James. James is back home. He is not ministering. He is writing articles and working as an editor or assisting as editor of the North Carolinian. James's reputation is causing problems for Peter because it is known now that he is the brother of James, and people are starting to question his loyalty. And at this point, Longstreet's pretty irritated with James, and he passes Peter over for a promotion. Peter was at this point a lieutenant colonel, and it didn't look like there was going to be much more for him to do. If your troops aren't going to trust you and your senior leadership isn't going to trust you, it's time to go. And he did. By 1863, and this is where we're talking about that, after Peter's returned, he resumes his editorship of the North Carolinian. He continued to voice his convictions during the military occupation and Reconstruction. His daughter states that his voice rang out true as steel against the injustice, abuses, and measures of these unhappy times. He eventually relinquished the editorship of the North Carolinian, moved to Charlotte, and became a merchant. Not really sure what else he did there, but he moved to Gaston County for a while and farmed. And then after peace was established, he moved out to Western North Carolina to McDowell County, where he resided until his death. He did go back into the practice of law, which was, and that turned out to be really where his skills were honed, and he had a phenomenal reputation as a lawyer there. He appeared before the Supreme Court of North Carolina several times in his lifetime, and he had a particular knack for railroad law and contracts, real estate. In 1864, we see Annie Cunningham and her husband moving to Philadelphia from Pittsburgh, and they remained there for about 12 years. And all about that time, John Campbell Sinclair is organizing the St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, and that we know from, which I think Bill told me is no longer in existence at Sanford, North Carolina, but we know that some things are happening there. What we're about to come to is pretty important, because James Sinclair, between 1862 and 1865, he organizes a Negro church in Lumberton, North Carolina. He's teaching reading and writing, and ministering to the Black population. He is ministering, and his father is also ministering to the Black population. They are sometimes performing marriages, which at that point are still against the law. And he's about to get into trouble again with the presbytery. Interestingly, in January of 26 of 1865, personal notice is posted in the Daily North Carolinian. It's addressed to the Reverend David Cunningham, pastor at the Scotch Presbyterian Church of Philadelphia, the son-in-law of Reverend John Campbell Sinclair. And it's requesting Reverend Cunningham to provide any information he can find concerning the capture at Fort Fisher of J.J. Sinclair and several others. I'm not sure yet, and maybe Amy can resolve if this J.J. Sinclair is our James John Sinclair, the Reverend James John Sinclair, or if it is his son, James John Sinclair, who was about 15 or 16 years old, we think, and also served in the Confederate Army. We believe that he went into battle, into the war with his father, and probably was there at the same time, but we're not too sure about this, because I thought that the younger James left about the same time as his father did. So we're not too sure about what happened here. Amy, I don't know, Amy, can you tell me if we have?
No, I'm not clear on that.
Right.
I'll have to dig in.
Right. In 1865, James Sinclair becomes the Lumberton interim agent for the Freedmen's Bureau. This is really where his life gets even more interesting. He is appointed provisionally until the arrival of the superintendent, and he's not there too long as a provisional agent for the Freedmen's Bureau, but he is there just long enough to stir up a little bit of a hornet's nest. because very shortly afterward, within a month, there's a petition filed, and with Major Wickersham, who is the chief agent of the Wilmington District Bureau, and they are asking for James Sinclair to be removed for the reason that he has been obnoxious to the people. This is still harkening back. You know, he's living in and among the people of Lumberton and Robeson County. The McQueens are there. He lives, we believe, at Queensdale with his wife, or very near there. She did not want to be separated from her family. She was very close to them. So he is trying to make the best of it to make a living, and to be able to keep his family close to her family, because that is where she wants to be. But the local, much more conservative citizens of Robeson County are not too happy that he is still in the area. He is, within 2 months, they're requesting a detailed report of statistics about the men and women who are being served by the Freedmen's Bureau. They're asking about how many rations they've received, food, medical supplies, how many are encamped, how many were born in the encampment, how many marriages have been performed, how many are in the church, how many contracts have been arranged. And they're asking for not just for those for the Black population, but also for the whites too, which I think that is very interesting, because there are indentures still happening of some kind. And they also want to know about how many schools have been opened for the freedmen and who is teaching them. They want to know, and they ask for everybody by name. They want all of the details, all of the statistics. So it's a pretty big job. And James, I'm sure, went into it with his usual passion. But almost immediately, at the same time, within the same month, and almost in the same week, the Presbytery of Fayetteville starts to judicial proceedings against him on a charge of gross immorality. This is still all stemming from the original, preaching at Ashpole. We think that there's a lot of motivation to get him out of the community. So he's accused of having sold a free Negro into slavery in 1862, selling intoxicating liquors, attempting to steal a barrel of ice and being seen as drunk, and committing adultery with a free Negro woman in a hotel in Wilmington. Now, how everyone knows all of these things, we're not really sure. But the accusation of selling a free person back into slavery is probably fairly trumped up. There is a fairly detailed report that he did as I believe as a freedman, sign off on an indenture where a freed woman, a young woman who was in her teens and was separated, had no family in the area, that she was indentured to another local family that she had been with before. And there is no evidence that there was anything untoward about that it was illegal, that it was that there was anything wrong. But the Presbytery tried to keep itself above the fray. It didn't want to be involved in the politics. So it just took things at the face value of the accusations, and I think based its decision to excommunicate him on those charges. They eventually met at Barbecue Church to examine the charges, and that's where the decision was made. His father was to excommunicate him, and John Campbell Sinclair was none too happy about it. He felt his son was unfairly judged, unfairly maligned, and he requested a letter to also separate from the Presbytery of Fayetteville. At that time, his intent was to reestablish himself for the Presbytery of the island of Mull, but that doesn't happen. He and James end up going to Philadelphia, which makes sense because the Reverend David Cunningham is there, the son-in-law of the Reverend John Campbell Sinclair, and they establish themselves and are admitted to the Presbytery in Philadelphia. Then they are asked by the board of the domestic commissions there to return to North Carolina and minister to the Negro freedmen. That is a tough call. James's life is already in danger, but he doesn't seem to shy away from it at all. He embraces it, his father embraces it, and they do return to North Carolina. And Reverend John Campbell Sinclair organizes a church known as Love Grove, and he preaches there until his health failed. And eventually he moves to Wheeling, West Virginia to be with his daughter and her husband after they've moved there. But James is not entirely unaffected by the charges against him, but he does seem to generally disregard them and continues his mission work among the Black population. He does continue to perform marriages. He does continue to teach and form schools. He continues his work in the Freedmen's Bureau until the services there are no longer needed. And here is here we are a couple of months later, the internal Freedmen's Bureau correspondence. And this is, from one freedman superintendent to another. And it's interesting how it's addressed. It says, I have the honor to inform you that a communication has arrived. And I just found that interesting about stating that there's a case of a girl being illegally sold to someone. But they decide not to make any adjudication yet. Until there is a trial. And as it turns out, it was not found to be true. But this appears to be the root of the Presbytery's charge against James about selling a woman back into slavery. But I think the dates might be a little skewed because one says 1862, the other one says 1866. But in 1862, he was just separating from the Confederacy. So we're not too sure about that. Also in January of 1866, James is asked to give testimony before a congressional committee in Washington. These questions are tough, and they're very reminiscent of some questions that we still ask ourselves today. He's asked the question about what's the sentiment of the people of North Carolina. He says there is generally among the white people not much love for the government, and that generally in the South they believe that the Northerners have ruined them. He's asked how do they feel in regard to what is called the right of secession, and he says they think it was their right, that there was no wrong in it. They are not by any means converted from their old opinion that they had a right to secede. There have always been Union men in our state, but not Union men without slavery. And the only difference between them and the others upon that question was that they desired to have that institution under the aegis of the Constitution and protected by it. The great object with both was the preservation of slavery by the preservation of state sovereignty. They believe it is the intention of government to give the Negro rights at their expense, and they think rights conferred on the Negro must necessarily be taken from them, particularly the ballot, which was the only bulwark guarding their superiority to the Negro race. This testimony is so interesting to me because he's very brave to have given it and then to return to North Carolina. He's speaking a real truth here, and it's not an easy one. And it's not an easy one for us in the 21st century to hear, because I think we're still dealing with a lot of the repercussions of this time. Is the Freedmen's Bureau acceptable to the great mass of the white people in North Carolina? This is an interesting question because he's at that moment serving on the Freedmen's Bureau. And he says, no, sir, I do not think it is. I think the most wish the Bureau would be taken away. Everyone who owned land, everyone who had previously owned slaves now had to pay them. And they didn't want to necessarily be able to do it. The war had caused a lot of damage, and everyone was suffering after the war. And there wasn't as much to go around then, but there was still probably plenty that they could have shared. But they found lots of ways to get around it. Let's see here. There's the wrong thing. It is there generally a willingness on the part of whites to allow the freedmen to enjoy the right of acquiring land and personal property. He says they are very willing to let them do that, but for this reason, to get rid of some portion of the taxes imposed upon their property by the government. I thought that was very interesting. You know, it was more of a looking out for their bottom line. And have any objection to the legal establishment of the domestic relations among the Blacks, such as the relation of husband and wife, of parent and child, and the securing by law to the Negro the rights of those relations. He says that is a matter of ridicule with the whites. They do not believe the Negroes will ever respect those relations more than the brutes. He says, I suppose I have married more than 200 couples of Negroes since the war. He testifies to that fact before Congress. That is remarkable. You know, we have no real records of those marriages, but I think that that's remarkable. Under the old laws, a slave could not marry a free woman of color. It was made an offense in North Carolina for anyone to perform such a marriage. But there was in my own family a slave who desired to marry a free woman of color, and I did what I conceived to be my duty and married them. And he was presented to the grand jury for doing so, but the attorney threw out the case. It wasn't tried. And then can you say anything further in regard to the political condition of North Carolina and the feeling of people towards the government? He said, I, for one, would not wish to be left there in the hands of those men. I could not live there just now, but perhaps my case is an isolated one from the position I was compelled to take in that state. I was persecuted, arrested, and they tried to take me into their service. They tried everything to accomplish their purpose. And of course, I have rendered myself still more obnoxious by accepting an appointment under the Freedmen's Bureau. I find that interesting because they said he was obnoxious to the people in their petition. So I don't think he chose that word accidentally. And then he says, I know it was utterly impossible for any man who was not true to Confederate states up to the last moment of their existence of the Confederacy to expect any favor in the state. His life is in danger. He's pretty clear about that. He's very clear, but he does not shy away from testifying to the truth of what is happening. In a couple of months later, there's an article titled "A Fight." And this is where we see him starting to get the reputation for being called the fighting parson. In his obituary, they say he gets that because he was the fighting parson of the First Manassas battle. But that's not really true. He becomes the fighting parson because he's fighting for social justice, really. On behalf of people who don't have a voice. And he tells about not leaving the state. He's there. They talk. Oh, actually, this is right about the time of this time. So he gets into an actual physical fight with Colonel McKay, or Colonel K of McKay. Is that the right word, right way to say that? Or is that a McCoy?
Yeah, down our way, we'd say McCoy here.
McCoy, all right, right, McCoy. So he gets into an actual physical altercation with Colonel McCoy, and who apparently, this paper reports that McCoy pretty much was the winner in the fight, but James does get into a physical altercation with Colonel McCoy, and and both men had to appear before the magistrate. So he wasn't wrong. His life was in danger. Shortly after this, James goes into politics. He's elected to U.S. Congress as a Republican for Robeson County. And he also is serving with Robert Carlisle. And they were elected by the Republican convention of Robeson County. They worked together as a unit, and it was reported that they were concerned that the two of them together would pull votes, particularly from what was considered the radical white vote. So he wasn't very popular even with what were considered the radicals, because he was working with directly with another Black man who's a politician who's seeking office. But he did, while he was in office, he addressed issues of lawlessness and consolidation of the railroad. And that seems to be a big thing in North Carolina. I didn't realize there were so many individually or privately owned operations, but that's an interesting area. And then his brother was instrumental in railroad law in the state. The Wilmington Journal reports in 1867 that James Sinclair moved to expunge the word colored from the proceedings as not being respectful to the delegation, and that he was overruled, or not overruled, but he didn't win on that cause. But interestingly, the reason wasn't due so much to any other white politicians getting up to speak at the time. It was actually James Harris who spoke, who said that he was a man of color, that God made him that way, and that he was not ashamed of it, and nor should James be ashamed of his color, and that therefore it should not be an issue at the time. I thought that was very interesting. I don't think that argument would fly today, but I think that, we've certainly seen that term is outdated now. And I think that it has its time has come and gone. But at the time, it was an interesting thing to be talking about, especially in comparison to the 21st century, where we are now still talking about ways of describing people. We have other issues to talk about in the 21st century, but this was the one of 1867. In 1867, same year, James and Mary Eliza, they welcomed the birth of their son, David Cunningham Sinclair, named after his brother-in-law, the Reverend David Sinclair, or the Reverend David Cunningham. There's still family things happening. Families are still having children and celebrating baptisms and it's and weddings. It's wonderful. In 1869, it seems by then James is no longer in necessarily in Congress. I don't know. I can't see that he is, but he is confirmed as a tax collector. So he's collector for the 3rd North Carolina district and is working Republican. So maybe he is still, is in office at that time. Amy, do you know if he is in office?
I'm not sure. I'd have to lay that out.
Right. He seemed to go in and out.
Yeah.
By November of 1969, his brother Alexander is no longer with the First Presbyterian Church of Charlotte. He is called to the First Presbyterian of Titusville, Pennsylvania, and he remained there until 1874. This building may or may not have existed at that time. There are 2 different dates for this church building. One says it's built in 1865, which then you would assume Alexander would have served in this building, in this church. But there is another date floating out there for 1887. So we're not really sure if this church is the exact building that he served in, but it's certainly on the same street. Titusville isn't that big a place if anyone's been there. But it is that building does still exist today. In 1870, they're still throwing charges against James Sinclair. This is a gross accusation. It's published in the Wilmington Journal. He's accused of behaving rudely and insultingly to 2 young women on a train, and is reported to have caused one of the young women to faint, and they needed protection from the conductor. There is no proof that this happened or didn't happen. There was a lot of slander going on in the papers at the time. That is not too different in the 21st century. We see a lot of scandalous accusations daily on social media in the 21st century. So this was their version. Who knows what happened, but it's pretty scandalous. But in 1870, at the same time, his sister is in the Women's Foreign Missionary Society of the Presbyterian Church. Annie Sinclair Cunningham is is an interesting woman. She served very faithfully as a minister's wife, and she served in the Presbyterian women's movement. She was very active in the Chautauqua movement. She's recognized almost 100 years later as one of the leading women of Wheeling, West Virginia, and is recognized in their history. So she is a very interesting woman. She traveled internationally for different events. And so, yeah, she's very, very well educated, well connected, and is very busy doing good works in the Presbyterian Church. 1870, Peter Sinclair, the brother, moves to Marion, North Carolina, and begins his practice of law there. He's no longer publisher of the Daily North Carolinian. I think he did still do some farming for a time, but he is, his primary source of income at that point is his law practice. And James and Mary welcome their third child, Henry. And Henry is he is not going to be with us too long. Sadly, he only survives about another 3 years. I'm going to try to wrap this up pretty quickly. There's a lot of information to share, but the key thing is that James Sinclair is beloved by his family, by his father, by his, his children and wife, by his brothers. But the citizenry of Robeson County are really none too happy with him. Many North Carolinians are not happy with him. He's called a scalawag, carpetbagger, a radical Robesonian. At one point, I find this the most interesting thing that Amy has ever found, is there is an article in written that reports that Parson Sinclair has been bitten by a dog. That dog is poison proof if he don't die from the effects of the bite. I mean, it is very funny. And but he is relieved of his duties in 1870 as assessor of the Revenue Department. He gets into a skirmish in the papers with McDermott about certain statements and concerning his political aspirations. And McDermott speculates that Sinclair has the intention to return to a seat in the legislature by any means, including that if he doesn't win by natural vote, that he's going to conspire with the governor to declare an insurrection in the county, and proposing that the declaration would hold over an election until the next term. Of course, James denies the allegations, and it's a entertaining back and forth. James does get nominated to the House of Representatives, and James has McDermott arrested on contempt charges. Very interesting. And this is probably the most interesting part for Bill Caudle, that by 1871, there are reports that James Sinclair is working with, if not working directly with, but certainly he is sympathetic to the Lumbee tribe in their conditions in North Carolina. And he is associated in some way with Henry Berry Lowry and his gang, at least to the extent that he is willing to give them a heads up when they're going to be raided or arrested, and so he is sort of accused of being an informant and of sorts. And that really raises people's, hackles a bit. And they try to catch him in it. They really do. But interestingly, George Applewhite, after he's arrested, I went a little too far. He testifies. I'm going to go forward because this would be helpful. He testifies that at one point that James Sinclair did tell them things, but then in another deposition, he says that James Sinclair was no friend of theirs. And we don't know why he changed his testimony. We don't know if he was trying to protect James Sinclair or if he was trying to, distance himself from Sinclair. But Sinclair, we know, was worried again about his life being at risk. It was at risk not only from citizenry who were not too pleased with him, but he was getting a little too close to the Lowry gang, and people were getting killed in the other citizens in the area were being killed, and he was concerned for the safety of his family. In his political aspirations, we see that there's reports of a radical meeting in Monroe. He was always called a radical. He was certainly not a conservative. This one looks like pretty much of a hit job. They call him, they say he was drunk before he got started on his speech that day, and that he was irritated that he wasn't being cheered enough by the Black population that was in attendance, that he thought that they should do more. And but they apparently afterwards he was drinking again, and it's reported he fell down in the streets. Now, we don't know if this is true or not. Could have just been completely made up, but they certainly try to make him look as awful as possible. Definitely looks like a hit piece. Here we see, the family's on the move again. The Cunninghams are moving to West Virginia. Alexander is now in Barnesville, Ohio, and Marion, Ohio. This piece is another piece about the same speech that James just gave. It tells us it's actually pretty condescending and obnoxious, and you read it, but it's another article that's a political hit piece on James. Here's the testimony for George Applewhite, his sworn deposition. What's really interesting about George Applewhite is that he changed his mind. He changed his testimony. There's a great book by William Evans called I'm going to get the name wrong.
Guy Game.
Right, the Tagai Game, and he gives a pretty good report in there of what happened, but it's still murky. We don't know exactly what James's role was even afterwards, but he does really lay out how James's position in the community was always contentious, really always contentious. And it was, he's called a traitor here. The McQueens probably were the only people who saved him, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure they were very happy about it. But, and it's Evans who reports James as being an editor of North Carolinian, but we don't really see that, but he must have been, maybe, interimly, periodically he did that. But I think the McQueens and Peter probably helped him with that. I don't know. Right here we see that George Applewhite says that Sinclair has never been a friend. I find this broadsheet very interesting. This Amy found this, and it gives the full testimony of what happened when I think 2 people are killed who are members of the Robinson community. This is starts to get pretty ugly too when they start to target his son, Alexander. Alexander is accused of stealing from a mail train, and Alexander and James defend the allegations. But Alexander's only about 23 years old at the time. He does eventually die in 1877. He's laid to rest in Robeson County. His grave is unmarked, as is his wife's grave is unmarked. And we don't believe that is an accident. We think that those graves were probably removed, just like there is no sign of him at Ashpole inside the church, other than in the secession minutes where he's dismissed. There is no sign of him at the cemetery. I know my time is about up. I've probably got a million more things to share. Amy, you want to chime in? Tell me anything.
I'd just like to say that we're working on, there's a cemetery in Lumberton where both his obit and his wife's obit clearly state that he's buried at. It's the Norman Cemetery, and we're working on, we're having some ground penetrating radar. We know where his his young son Henry is buried, and we believe he's right next to him. So we'll be working on that a little bit this year.
Right. Right. So I know my time is up, Bill. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And
Probably
so,
way more than over.
you know, I would like to perhaps maybe wrap up with a couple of summary statements here. You know, some people have said, well, why is this man important to us? Well, here is a situation where we have a native of Tyree, a Gallic speaker, who becomes very much important in the history of this part of North Carolina, which is truly a triracial one, as we have the native Lumbee population, the African American population, and the white population has, until recent memory, always suffered from racial issues, racial injustices, racial turmoil, I guess we would say. But in many ways, here was a man that was 120, 130, 140 years ahead of his time.
It was.
In terms of his practice and instigation of some social justice. And, you know, I think this is was a very apropos time to perhaps share this story. I think there's obviously a lot more to be said, a lot more research to be done. But it's certainly a story which touches the lives of many of us here from this old part of the settlement, as well as could be, I think, a source of pride, perhaps, for people of Tyree, people of Gallic backgrounds who can see someone here that historically stood for those true Christian beliefs that he was representing and his family represented so well in their ministries. And you know, we can leave it to many to be their own judges as to what they think. You know, when I had heard the name of Sinclair, you know, everything that I initially read was all negative, and that made me want to find out more about this man. And I feel like I was very providentially led to contact with Amy. And again, I wish you could have been with us the past couple of days. We've got arrangements.
I wish you could too. It's
And
fun.
then also providentially led to you, Phyllis, and our growing friendship and mutual interest here as well. So again, let's again, I think this is one of the best stories that's never been told until now, summarized perhaps to a degree. And I might entertain some questions if there are any questions, and then I think we should probably take a little 5-minute break. But I've got a couple of minutes here. Thank you all for the kind words here. And Landon is asking, why would he join the Confederate Army? Because it was the thing to do.
Right. It wasn't the thing to do. It was for him, it was the thing to do, but only for preservation for his wife's family. I mean, really, they lived, he married into one of the most prominent slave owning families in the South, certainly in Robeson County. And she wanted to live with her family. She didn't want to leave. And to do that, you know, he was going to have to do something to make things okay. So they did get him somehow arranged a commission for him in the Confederate Army, and he accepted it as a minister. So he was commissioned as a minister. I probably didn't say that.
Yes.
He was because he was a minister. He was commissioned as a minister. The intention was that he would minister to the Confederate troops. And you know, there are ministers always in times of war. It was a good role for him. But what he found was that at the Battle of First Manassas, he found himself in a position where there was nobody to step in to lead the troops. Either someone was injured or was not where they were supposed to be. And so he did step in and he did lead some men in battle, and he was effective and did well. So he was an accidental soldier, truly. I don't think he intended to be a fighter, but he became one.
Yes, now I want to call on Jamie McDonald. Some will know Jamie, Seamus Moore, and also Jamie and I are descendants of that McQueen family. We don't necessarily subscribe to everything that's been said about us, even though a good part of it's probably true. But in any event, Jamie, if you would like to join us for comment there, I know that you've done some work and know through your own family some traditions maybe that might be relative to this.
Yes, Bill. I was just thinking back that when I was writing my doctoral thesis, I think it was after I graduated, and I was working with the BBC. We were doing a program called Nahelri, which means the immigrants. And this was a Gallic program, and we went to Love Grove African Methodist Episcopal Zionist Church, and we attended a service there. And after the service, one of the elders in the church came up to us and says, "Yes, we had a man, Reverend John Sinclair, started our church, and they had a picture of him in their church. So he's still remembered and revered in the Love Grove AME Zionist Church."
John Campbell is?
Yeah,
Yes.
I tried to
That's
contact.
wonderful.
Yeah, I was aware, I thought maybe that's what that church developed into, but I wasn't
Right.
able to ascertain that. I'm so glad to hear that.
You know,
Yes.
Jamie, you obviously knew old Ed Cameron, who was our one of our many sort of oral sources in that area. And I once asked Ed about that, and Ed told me there was an old African American man by the name of Angus Macaulay that lived in that community. He said if old Angus was still around, he could have told us a lot, but he was not. I guess he was deceased by that time, but said he would have been the man, was a member of that congregation. And as that name implies, obvious potential Gallic connections there with that family of former slaves.
Yeah, I was very interested in Reverend John Campbell and James Campbell. Reverend John Campbell Sinclair and James Sinclair. In fact, I did a presentation at Solmorostic. There was a symposium we had at Solmorostic, the Gallic College in Skye. And I gave a presentation on the two ministers. I was fascinated. That's why I did a lot of research. So I'm glad to hear you add to what I knew already, and I thought I knew a lot.
Oh, Jamie, we didn't know anything at all. There's so much more to be. This man has truly become three-dimensional for us in the past few weeks, and particularly in the past couple of days. Because I think, Phyllis, would you like to have a concluding comment about what we've seen or what we have not seen in the past couple of days?
I would.
And maybe also about the, I had to step away for a moment. I think Phyllis may have commented about the tombstones in.
I did. So
Lumberton.
that was interesting. Lumberton, Amy has done some good research. She's taken some trips there and recently, within the last couple of months, and discovered that there are no headstones or no markers for James and his wife, Mary Eliza McQueen Sinclair. Amy, there is a marker for an infant, yes?
Right, the Henry J.
Henry J. Right.
They're
That's right, for
barely
Henry.
readable.
Right,
Barely
Henry.
readable.
Henry, their last. He died at 3 years old, so he's there. That was very interesting. Bill, I think I mentioned, and you probably heard me mention, that it is his first wife's grave marker that is damaged. And then thank goodness for the Cottle family, they found it, and his son and his scout troop repaired it. But it seems to not be coincidental, that these things have happened to his family's graves. And his picture is missing, completely missing off the wall with a ash pole. there's a big gap. You know, you go of about what, 6 years did we determine there,
Right,
Bill?
Yeah, is that right?
And that would have encompassed part of the time during the war. And the early, a couple of years just before that. So he was, he's sort of erased from physical, you know, there's a physical erasure of him from the community, but his presence is certainly known through the newspapers, you know, thank goodness for newspapers.com having digitized everything. It's wonderful. We do find him a lot. And certainly more now than we did 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I couldn't find many of the things that we found, but so much more has been digitized, and we're very grateful for that.
Very good. Very good.
And I do have to say, I'm so grateful to Bill. We had such a wonderful time the last couple of days. Your generosity of time and graciousness to, you know, show me around the area and to the churches has just been really a blessing, and I'm profoundly moved. It's been quite an experience.
Very good. Very good. Well, it's been a pleasure. And I think we all would join in giving a round of virtual applause to both Phyllis and her cousin Amy, who's with us in absentia. I have, per our time here, 11:55. We've run a little bit off of our schedule here. However, if it's okay with everyone, let's take a brief 5-minute recess and start back at noon sharp. So a little 5-minute break right here. Let everyone get a chance to adjust themselves, maybe get a little something to drink or munch on, and we'll come back in 5 minutes with our next presentation, Dr. Ronald Black. So thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you.
Very good. Let me give maybe a 2-minute warning. And I'm gonna let everybody get settled to get ready for our next presentation. All right, and a 1-minute warning here, and then we will reconvene. All right, I have got 12 o'clock noon straight up on my computer and like to welcome everyone back. Again, to those that were not here with us from the very beginning, I do have a recording made of this that will be sent out to all participants. I forgot to turn the recording on for the opening remarks. However, we got all of every last bit of Dr. Meek's presentations there. And so we've got all the content that will be sent forward to you. In preparing for this next presentation, I'd like to share a little story with you. And I'd like to invite Kat Benton. If Kat is here, Kat, I'm going to ask you to perhaps unmute. Very good. And I am holding before you right now an artifact which was discovered during the pandemic. One of two, which I think to be really quite significant. Little epiphanies, little things which further document the presence of this Highland settlement, of the use of Gaelic, and of the survivals of some of these items of material culture, which have been passed down through families here in this part of the Carolinas. And before I introduce Dr. Black, I'd like to have Kat Benton join us briefly here by voice to tell us a little bit more about this, the story behind this this volume that we're going to be speaking about in a moment here. So Kat, would you care to join us here and share just a wee bit of information with us?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you great.
All right. I'm going to try to share my screen. I do have a few pictures. So
I think I can do that. I may have to pin you, Ronnie. I will be back if I have to change this. There we go. There we go. Very good.
All right.
Very good.
So the story behind the book. This came off of a bookshelf in my mother's house. I am Catherine Gillis McMillan Benton. My family, my mother was Tyra Sue McCall McMillan. My father, Edwin Whitfield McMillan, Sr. So if you can tell, a lot of Scottish heritage in my name and in my family. I grew up in Laurinburg, in Elmore. And in Elmore, you can see this picture. I guess everyone can see this picture, the first one. This is Ballachulish. This house sat directly across from my parents' house. And the picture that you can see of the window is my mother's home, was my mother's home. And looking out that window, directly in front of that, is overgrown significantly now, was this old house. This is obviously an older picture. That is where my great-grandfather lived. And he was Lucian Edgar McCall. And there's a lot of history there. And if you look at the picture of my mom's window, if you look off to the right a little bit, you'll see a bookcase. The entire bookcase, it was an entire wall of books. My dad built that for her. My mom was a book collector. She loved books. everything that had to do with books. And I found this book as I was going through my mom's things, my dad's things. Actually, my dad passed during the pandemic. He passed in early 2021. And we actually found it on the shelf at my mom's house as we were cleaning out the house to sell. We moved him closer to us because he was having some health challenges. And on that shelf was this book. She obviously got this from my great-grandfather, who is Ellie McCall. Ellie McCall lived in the house, owned the house across the street. He inherited it from his parents. He was the youngest of children to Hugh McCall and Sarah Ann Hall. And my grandfather was a collector as well. And I put this newspaper article in, that was 1948. That's a paper I actually have, Bill, of 1948. They did an article on him and his collections, and he was a clock collector. He was a retired rural postal carrier, but he loved clocks. And at the time, and this was 1948, he had over 80 clocks, and they resided in the house across the street. And I actually do have one of them, the one that you can actually see, the banjo clock that's on the wall in this picture. I actually have here in my house. So my grandfather was Eugene Wilson McCall. This is him, and this is him, my grandmother and my mom, sitting on the steps of their home, which was probably a sharecropper's house that was also on the Ballachulish property. The property was divided up amongst Lucian Edgar's children, and my mom and dad inherited an acre of that property. And this is my mom and us. So just a little bit about her. But that's how I came to find the book. It was actually given to my mother, probably by her great-grandfather. They were very close. They were sort of simpatico. They collected things. Mom collected things. He collected things. And that's how I came to get the book. And there's a lot of history about the McLaurins. The house was built by Hugh McLaurin. And that is how the book kind of was passed down. It was in the house probably. My grandfather passed in 1966, and he probably gave that book to my mom. And that's how it came to be in my possession, and how I found it. So just a little bit of history about me, and I'm sure, Bill, you can fill in the gaps on the McLaurins and Duncan and Hugh and all of that, and the history beyond that.
Very good. Thank you so much, Kat, for giving us that bit of background there. And I'm gonna proceed on now. Someone has asked about that name. Well, we'll probably hear a little bit about that, a little bit more from Ronnie in a moment here. This family of McLaurins is one of 15 families that came out here in 1790. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to my friend Hilton McLaurin for making the initial introduction with Dr. Black to me. And we have had a lovely chat over the last couple of weeks and got to know each other a bit and look forward to even more. And I'm very grateful to him for agreeing to take on this this presentation for us today. Dr. Ronald Black is a senior lecturer emeritus in Celtic at the University of Edinburgh. And he's also the Gaelic editor of the newspaper, The Scotsman, out of Edinburgh, and of the U.S. community newspaper as well. He's a regular broadcaster. He contributes to a wide variety of newspapers and journals and has been very widely published. Among his publications are an anthology of 20th century Scots Gaelic verse, thoughts under Esseval, the poetry of Don Anuish Van. Am I close?
Close.
Don Anuish.
Dolnish Van.
Okay, very good. And also an anthology of 18th century Scots Gaelic verse as well. Many of the Carolina Argyle descendants may also be familiar with some more recent works, a 3-volume series that he's done called Campbells of the Ark, about men of Argyle in the 1745. I might also note that Dr. Black has also done some work with North Carolina previously, as he was a translator for an article that appeared in the North Carolina Historical Review of probably the earliest and one of very, very few Gallic documents that we have here in North Carolina, and that is the Dougal McFarlane charm dating from the 1750s. But nonetheless, it just so happens that Dr. Black is one of the experts on this volume that we're speaking of today, and he's going to share with us a little bit about why it might have been significant to folks such as Duncan McLaurin, to his family, to others. He's going to tell us a bit about the whole story behind it. And I again thank Dr. Ronnie Black for being with us, and we give him a hearty virtual round of applause. So thank you very much for joining us here in Carolina, Dr. Black.
Tapalath Gamor, Udam, agus Harivina Holachas Homor, a vi call the riff a Jew. Agus ha nu Roy, agus Marshin, H me G the Correct, agus be me call Lewis Gas. So thank you very much indeed, Bill. It's great to be with you, and it's been an extraordinarily interesting conference so far. I hope I can try and keep up even half of the high standard. Thank you very much also to Kat for the background, and I'm interested to hear the name McCall coming up, because it's going to come into my remarks in a wee while. Now as I said in Gaelic anyway, I'll try and be as brisk as I can if the technology allows me. So I'm going to try and share my screen now straight away. Right, here we go. Okay, that seems to have worked. Can you all see this?
Absolutely, it's great.
Right, excellent. Right, so that's my title, and we've already seen the book. Bill, you have pointed out that this is the only non-religious Gaelic book that has survived from the first 100 years or so of the Highland colony in Carolina, which obviously means that it's of particular interest. We know, and we've heard something about the kind of inner spiritual life that the settlers brought with them from the old country, but we're going to ask here, we have to ask here, what does this book tell us about their inner secular life, their politics, for example, or their taste in literature? Now, the first problem Bill and I had with the book was that although it was clear that it was a work of poetry, and more specifically that it contained some of the work of the celebrated Jacobite poet Alexander MacDonald, it lacked its title page. So it wasn't possible to tell at a glance which of the various editions of that poet's work it was. His poems were first published in 1751, then there were editions in 1764, 1802, 1834, 1839, 1851, 1874, 1892, 1924, and 1996. You can tell from that little list that his work has been pretty popular. Now, Bill was led to understand at first that it might be the 1764 edition, which is very rare indeed. In fact, like Dougal Crawford's sermons, only one copy is known. But I happen to have a photocopy of it, and the 1802 edition is on the net. So I was able to establish right away that what we have here is the 1802 edition, of which 12 copies are known according to the Scottish Gaelic Union catalogue. So ours, or rather Cat's, makes 13. Here's the missing title page. It reads Highlands, in translation, Highland Songs, the New Highland Songster, by Alexander MacDonald, Factor of Cana, to which is added a glossary explaining in English every difficult word that occurs in this book. Glasgow, printed by J. Davies and Company for James Duncan Jr. bookseller, Salt Market, 1802. Now, on that last point, the identity of the publisher, we have full confirmation of it at the end of the book. Here we have on the left the Carolina copy, and on the right is the National Library of Scotland copy. It reads, James Duncan Jr., bookseller and stationer, Salt Market, Glasgow, has always on hand a large assortment of writing and packing papers of the best quality, day books, journals, ledgers, and account books, blank or ruled, on the shortest notice. Likewise, an extensive collection of the best standard books in the different branches of literature, and a general assortment of school books and classics, where also may be had a large assortment of Bibles, Testaments, Psalm books, small history books for children, pocket books, needle books, leather and brass ink pieces. Did they really? Is this ink pots? Did they really put ink in leather containers? Pencils, pictures, papers, pens and ink, wax and wafers, sticky tape for sealing your letters, quills of different kinds, and fine British ink powders, with a large assortment of other books and stationery articles. A reasonable allowance given to country merchants and schoolmasters, and orders from the country carefully attended to and punctually answered. N.B. Note well, a variety of the best books in divinity. Now, the name James Duncan Jr. is very familiar to me, because he published a number of other Gaelic books as well. Although I must say you wouldn't know it from his advertisement, or indeed from this description of him in the National Library's Scottish Book Trade Index, which speaks of children's books, I've highlighted that, a periodical called The Temple of Apollo, and a road book called The Scotch Itinerary. Note down at the bottom that for the years 1798 to 1802, it gives his address simply as Salt Market, with no street number. And that's exactly what we have in our book. Incidentally, the Salt Market still exists today. Now let's go back to the beginning of the Carolina copy. Bill has given me some notes about the cover. If you peer at it, you straight away you can see there are names here like Harrisburg, Wilmington, Fayetteville, and so on. Bill thinks it was probably salvaged from some other work. The paper stuck onto it seems to have started life as information about stagecoach routes or the like. Bill's analysis suggests that it dates from the 1830s or 1840s. So that gives us the sort of date when the book was rebound, at least. Now, here's the inside front cover and the beginning of the preface. 4 pages are actually missing here compared to the National Library of Scotland copy. And these 4 pages consisted of the title page, as you would expect, and dedication. Well, you've already seen the title page. Now here's the dedication, the beginning of it from the National Library copy, along with my translation. You'll note I've put the word protection in bold. I'll explain that later. I'll just read my translation, I think. To the Honourable Walter McFarlane, Chief of the McFarlanes. Honoured Sir, that which has emboldened me to place this work under your protection is your great and indefatigable researches, along with your extraordinary familiarity with all branches of learning and with traditional history, and more particularly your incomparable love of those things that pertain to our homeland and to our own mother tongue. I therefore hope that you will allow it under your protection in order that it will the more speedily gain the esteem and affection of those who understand this language. for I may say without flattery that it could not be safer under the protection of any other person. Your reputation is so great and your fame already so clearly established that I have no need to attempt to enhance it here, in addition to which I am fully convinced that nothing is more repugnant or odious to you than that which resembles fawning or flattery. And in full hope that this little work will gain your protection and sanctuary, I am with great esteem and respect your most humble servant, Alexander MacDonald. Well, Walter Macfarlane, chief of the Macfarlanes, was a highly respected antiquary, a closet Jacobite, who was nevertheless in very good order with the government. A kinsman of his, John Macfarlane, was an equally well-respected Edinburgh lawyer who had taken charge of a substantial quantity of the Loch Arkaig gold. Now, I'll speak about the Loch Arkaig gold later on. Suffice to say here that I believe that it paid for the first edition of MacDonald's book, as well as many other things. Note that the purpose of the dedication was to place the book under Walter Macfarlane's protection, which is why I put the words protection and sanctuary in bold in my translation. They were there 5 times, no less. If by any point is that if by any chance MacDonald's book fell foul of the law, the author was relying on Walter Macfarlane to get him off. It seems to have worked because, as far as we know, it didn't fall foul of the law, despite being full of sedition, as I'll show later. As we've seen, the preface is next, and in the Carolina copy, it has survived. It's in English, so MacDonald concentrates on matters learned, literary, and linguistic, conveying no real clue as to the book's contents. He begins by claiming that the aims of the work are to entertain those who understand it, to raise in others a desire to learn the language, and to arouse the interest of the public in an anthology of the verse of the Gaelic-speaking people, with translations and commentary, which he hopes to prepare in the future. This actually was published, but not until 1776, after his death, when it was seen through the press by his son, Ronald. Then we come on to the first of a set of 3 ringing statements. These statements make this preface a famous and fundamental text for the study of Gaelic civilization. This is a very important book. The first statement refers to the proposed anthology of the verse of the Gaelic-speaking people, an agreeable enquiry, surely, and one would think not displeasing even to the inhabitants of the lowlands of Scotland, who have always shared with them the honor of every gallant action, and are now first invited to a participation of their reputation for arts, if that too shall be found on an impartial scrutiny to be justly claimed by them. Now that's a plea for cultural unity and for Gaelic to be seen as the national language of Scotland. It's also the closest that the poet comes to invoking the spirit of the 45 Rising, in which Lowlanders and Highlanders had fought shoulder to shoulder for the Stuart king. Next, MacDonald invokes the open-minded spirit of the Enlightenment. We cannot, however, but testify our surprise that in an age in which the study of antiquity is so much in fashion and so successfully applied to so many valuable purposes, whether religious or civil, this language alone, which is the depository of the manners, customs, and notions of the earliest inhabitants of this island, and consequently seems to promise, on an accurate review of it, the most authentic accounts of many things useful for us to know, should remain in a state not only of total abandon, but which is more astonishing in an age so happily distinguished from all others for freedom of thought, love of knowledge, and moderation, this people and this language should be alone persecuted and intolerated. Now, this is MacDonald, an ex-schoolmaster, speaking from the heart, because those who ran Highland schools in his day insisted that only two things be taught: the English language and the Presbyterian catechism. All else was forbidden, and he had campaigned in vain for these crazy policies to be changed. Now, as you see, he throws in something aimed straight at the censor. As for what concerns the following poems and their author, as they are published in the Gaelic language, only those that understand that tongue are competent judges of them, and he submits them to their censure and indulgence, all his ambition being to approve himself a lover of his country and an inoffensive man. Well, that was a bit rich in a book of poems which contained something to offend almost anybody, including sedition and obscenity. But there was no doubt that MacDonald was a lover of his country, and he promptly puts his schoolmaster's hat back on and uses the rest of his preface to provide a lesson on reading the Gaelic language, the very thing his former employers wouldn't let him do. Now, let's go back to the start of the preface and pursue the Carolina angle. If we flip this around, you may note down here, I'm going to flip this image and enlarge that bit of writing as best I can, not very successfully, but you might just about be able to make out the name Duncan, and I'm going to confirm shortly that it is Duncan. You can also, there's a big blot, and then D-U-N-C-A, can't see the N really, maybe that's it. And then M, and then I think maybe C, and who knows what that is. So it looks like Duncan Mac something. We'll find, as I say, we'll find confirmation later. Now, here are the next two pages of the preface, and you'll see there's something at the bottom. So let's flip this around, and we see, well, the word song in the middle is clear. I don't know what's to the left of it. Bill and I have been peering and staring at this. Bill suggested maybe our song. If it's our song, it's a very funny looking O. Maybe our song, and I don't think we really have a clue what the word over on the right is. Note, however, that they are written upside down on the page. So I take it from that they have nothing to do with the text. They're just scribbles. All right, if we skip 4 pages, we get to the second page of the contents and the first page of the songs. There's our man. Looks at first sight like an L, but I'm pretty sure it's a D. D. McLaren, D. McLaren, coming across. Fairly clear. Confirmation yet to come. Here's the next opening. And if we flip it one turn, clearer than ever. Duncan, McLaren, and a date, 1814. Now let's go on to page 142. Again, flip it, Duncan McLaren. Now the book has 226 pages, and on the final left-hand page, John McLaren on the left, Then over on the right, it looks as if somebody has been using it for writing practice. It seems to me that what we have again is fairly clearly John being copied. J doesn't look much like a J, but it's obvious. I think it's obviously John. Is this John again? I think so. Is this John again? It's hard to say. I think it's John, but there's more down here. So let's flip it. Right. What's this? I think this is John again. And then, aha, this is not John. This is H-U-G-H. This is Hugh. And is this an M? I think it is. And is this an L? Well, we're looking at this stage. We're beginning to assume McLaren, aren't we? I think this is Hugh McLaren. What this is, I don't know what this is. I really haven't a clue. You could say they're just scribbles, of course. And then just to finish, here's the back cover. I should be showing you it the other way around. It is the back cover. To sum that up, we seem to have Duncan McLaren's name 4 times along with the date 1814 and also the names John and Hugh McLaren. Of course, the name McLaren is well known to Bill and to Kat. It's what we're expecting. Who are these people? Well, we find all 3 names in what was described by the late Banks McLaren as family F, one of 16 McLaren families which emigrated to Carolina in 1790. I've highlighted Hugh, his wife, Catherine Cahoon, and their sons, Duncan and John, exactly the names we've found in the book. So from this, we see that Hugh McLaren emigrated age 39 in 1790 and survived amazingly to the age of 95. He and his wife, Catherine Cahoon, had 6 daughters and 2 sons, the sons' names being Duncan and John. In 1814, Duncan was 27 and John was 25. Hugh also, we can see from this that Hugh also had a brother-in-law called Duncan McLaren, but the book was passed down to Macmillans, as we've heard, who were descendants of family F. So there's no real doubt about who Hugh, Duncan, and John were, as I understand it. The book must have been brought over to them at some point between 1802, when it was published, and 1814, the date inscribed in it, perhaps by Duncan's cousin Neil, who Bill tells me, and I quote, made several trips back to Scotland prior to his death, including visits to relatives in Appin and near his home in Glenetiv. Now, MacDonald, the poet, MacDonald's wife was from Glenetiv, so it's going to be mentioned later. Now, Hilton McLaren is with us, I think. Here's an excerpt from his book on the McLarens, which gives Hugh's address as Slate Quarry, Ballachulrish. Already mentioned, of course, as the name of Hugh's house. Now, I gather from materials supplied by Bill that it was Hugh who gave this name Ballachulrish to his home in Richmond County. The original Ballachulrish is on the northern edge of Appin, which was the long-standing property of the Stuarts of Appin. This map shows where Appin is. The 3 commonest surnames in the district were Stuart, McCall, already mentioned, and of course, McLaren, already mentioned. Since 1693, the Stuarts of Ballachulrish had been exploiting the slate reserves on their property, And naturally, when after Culloden, the Appin folk ceased to be warrior farmers and began looking for paid employment, they found some in the slate quarries at Ballacholvish. But by 1791, we're told that there were 74 families of 322 people engaged in the slate industry there. And I think they must have been huddled together in pretty miserable conditions, I think. Then when John Leyden, the traveller, described the quarries in 1800, he said that most of the workmen were from Cumberland in the north of England. This may explain why Hugh MacLaren preferred to emigrate to a place where he could get what he really wanted, land which he could work as his own master and plenty of open space. This image shows a group of workers at the quarry around 1900, I suppose it is. This one shows the nature of the work. And this one shows what the site looks like today. Full-time quarrying ended in 1955. And the site is now an open-air museum, which you can visit. The author of the so-called old statistical account of the parish of Lismore and Appin, the Reverend Donald McNichol, tells us this in 1791. A rage for emigration has got to a great height of late in the Highlands. There have been 2 emigrations from these parishes, particularly from Appin. The inhabitants are now become so crowded that some relief of this sort in one shape or other seems absolutely necessary. In 1775, the first ship completely loaded with emigrants, mostly from these parishes, sailed for North Carolina. The American War, which broke out next year, put a stop to all attempts of this nature till last autumn, when another ship with emigrants, mostly from Appin and the higher parts of Ardchatton parish, carried away about 200 people for North Carolina. Preparations are making for another emigration from these parishes this year. And there was indeed another emigration from Appin in 1791. The name of the ship in 1775 was the Jupiter, but I don't know the name of the ship in 1790 or 91. Now, I should explain some basic facts about Appin in the 18th century. It may not have been very large, but by Highland standards, it was fertile. The main ruling family were the Stuarts, who naturally had a strong attachment to the Stuart kings of Great Britain, who had been deposed for religious reasons in favor of the electors of Hanover in 1714. The last reigning Stuart king was James VII of Scotland and II of England, and his son, the so-called Old Pretender, was also James, for which their political followers were called Jacobites, from Jacobus, the Latin, for James. In the 18th century, there were 2 major Jacobite risings, one in 1715, which petered out anyway after the indecisive drawn battle of Sheriffmuir, and one in 1745, which ended abruptly in the disastrous Battle of Culloden. The Stuarts of Appin took part in both of these risings with their followers. In 1745, these followers included at least a dozen MacLarens, if we can judge from this list, published in No Quarter Given, the muster roll of Prince Charles Edward Stuart's army, 1745-46. Dozen MacLarens then. FSM at the right is simply the source, the Fletcher of Saltoun manuscripts, and RPC at the bottom is Lord Rosebery's list of persons concerned in the rebellion, published in 1890. Now, in terms of religion, Appin was pretty distinct. It was the only part of the Highlands in which the majority were non-juring Episcopalians. That is to say, Protestants who acknowledged the exiled Stuart king as the head of their church. And I should say that a substantial collection was made in the years following the 45 of the atrocities committed by the Redcoats against the Scottish people, and these atrocities included quite a lot of desecration, ransacking of Episcopalian meeting houses, with vestments ripped apart, chalices stolen, all the horrors you can imagine being perpetrated against an illegal church. And equally, the Appin regiment suffered heavily at Culloden, and within a few years of the battle, the two main Stuart estates in Appin had passed out of Stuart ownership, with only the smaller estates like Ballachulash remaining in Stuart hands, leading to an influx of Campbells, Lowlanders, and as we've seen, even workers from England. So in Appin, we can say the years 1746 to 1790 were a time of trauma, of upheaval and of change. Which brings me back to the poet, Alexander MacDonald. Now, MacDonald wasn't from Appin, but from Ardnamurchan, the most westerly point of the British mainland, a little bit to the north, but he too was born an Episcopalian. In fact, he was the son of an Episcopalian minister and had a college education. He became a schoolmaster and a catechist, which meant subscribing to Presbyterian doctrine. And at some point in the 1730s, he became secretly a Catholic. In 1745, he very quickly abandoned his school to join the army of Prince Charles. Here's the prince, the so-called Bonnie Prince Charlie, in which MacDonald was made a captain. And he went through all the battles of the campaign, including Culloden, where the MacDonalds were placed on the left wing of the army, and so made hardly any contact at all with the enemy. There was a great swamp in between them at that place in the battlefield. Unlike the Appin men, who were decimated. After the 45, MacDonald spent some time as factor, that is, estate official, and rent collector on the island of Canna, as we've seen on the title page of the book, after which he seems to have eked out a precarious living from farming, poetry, and notarial work until his death around 1770, perhaps as a professional Jacobite propagandist. He benefited from the Loch Arkaig gold. More on that later. He's known in Gaelic as Alistair Machvaister Alistair, that is, Alexander, son of Master Alexander. Master Alistair, Master Alexander, was his father, the Episcopalian minister. Alistair, the son, was not merely a good Gaelic poet, but a great Scottish poet, certainly to be ranked with Robert Burns. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances of his life, there's no picture of him, but as a captain of the Clanranald regiment, he would have looked something like this. I've written pretty extensively about him, and a lot of my efforts have gone into the chronology of his 60-odd surviving poems as part of his life. Now here the aim is different, to characterize the 32 poems in our book according to their relevance to one particular reader, Duncan Maclaren, rather than to the poet himself. So I welcome this opportunity to look at them from this new perspective. I've argued in various places that MacDonald's first edition of 1751 was an important part of the Jacobite propaganda machine of his day, and that it was paid for by the Loch Arkaig gold. Now, this was a huge shipment of French money which was landed in the Highlands on the 3rd of May, 1746. It arrived too late to stave off the disaster at Culloden, which had been fought just 3 weeks before, but it was enough to finance another rising in the future. So Alistair's book was very much the sort of purpose for which it was intended. The 1764 edition was a mini version of the book containing no dedication, hardly any of the preface, and only 13 of the poems. which I've argued were the poet's own favorites, but as he was still alive at that point. Our 1802 edition is a faithful copy of the first edition, but I have to emphasize that by 1802, the Highlands had changed. The dashing young Prince Charles had taken to drink and died in 1788, by which time he looked like this. Jacobitism was a thing of the past. The manpower of the Highlands had been used to serve King George in both Europe and America, and in the face of the new enemy, revolutionary France, the British government no longer saw any reason to doubt the loyalty of the Highlanders, or at least those of them who were left after being cleared off the land or used as cannon fodder. So publications in the Gaelic language, even if still tinged with Jacobitism, were considered safe and even marginally acceptable if they invoked a warrior spirit and a colourful, heroic, royalist past, what was beginning to be called Romanticism. So to repeat, the contents of the 1802 edition are exactly the same as those of the 1751 edition. They were designed both to enthuse and to entertain, and they were mostly singable, so that they could be easily memorized and brought orally from township to township. Now, the 32 poems in the book can be summarized like this. First, Jacobite propaganda songs, 7 songs, literary odes, 3 songs, poems I should call them, songs of nature and the seasons, both praise and dispraise, 3 items, songs on whiskey, one of which isn't by MacDonald, 3 items, Gaelic translations of poems written in English by the Marquis of Montrose, 3 items, praise of women and bagpipes, 3 items, dispraise of women and other bawdy verse, 3 items, dispraise of the clap by MacDonald, and of old age, not by MacDonald, 2 items, praise of men, 2 items. He wasn't, this was an innovator, he was an innovator in everything. MacDonald was an innovator. He is one of the major Gaelic poets. He seldom praised men other than for propaganda purposes, but he did praise 2 individuals. Then number 10, praise and dispraise of Campbell's, 2 items. And finally, a poem in Latin by Donald Roy MacDonald in praise of our poet. Now, this list doesn't show it very well, but the whole collection is suffused with Jacobite propaganda. It appears blatantly in number 1, but also in numbers 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Sometimes it's subtle, and sometimes it isn't. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a verse or 2 out of each category to give you the flavor of the collection. Now, I couldn't make up my mind whether to read these in the original Gaelic or in my English translation, and there certainly isn't time to do both. So I'll just take turnabout. And when I read in Gaelic, you can follow it in English. So first of all, a tiny example from one of the general Jacobite propaganda songs. Oh, Gulach Shin, Rejoice, Mac na Crania Germachich, She Harges Rin, Sagav, Gulfi, Erachrav, Gunjauna Shin or Bain, Glachus Krach, in Kalakere, Skanvarave Shin, Galer, Na Dunig Halish Hain, San Imashin, Gerkomalish, Get Fronomich, a Hale. Och rein en doel, na liks een jarst, de gra haar jarst, we gaan dia had vroer, san goed, as leer gach koes, tog jene woek, se kring, se hal brach, broch, uitkanjach, language krommehoch, haar tuin, skarst go glan, white hal, hjoen en jeldig regal shin, van shin schroeg, aan en tav. On we go. Literary odes, something very different. He was a learned, scholarly fellow, as well as being a schoolmaster and a Jacobite officer. In English, neither clothes nor linen, nor satin nor silk would you buy in a shop. This is an address to his pet dove. Your dress was of feather, soft and blue, which dew could not pierce. You never recited Our Father or Creed to pray to the powers. Nevertheless, your soul's not in pain since you passed on. Wasn't a very religious man, really, I think. He didn't really care. It's not that no coffin or linen covers your clay under slab in the soil, though it's hard, mourn so sorely today, but you're slaying by a dog. This is an important statement, actually, in terms of Gaelic literature, because Gaelic literature traditionally was full of funeral motifs, the importance of a correct burial. He's saying, doesn't matter about the funeral. The most important thing is, unfortunately, you've died. And moving on. Songs of nature and the seasons, both praise and dispraise. Here's my favorite tiny bit from one of these. It's from Oran a Yawnri, Song to Winter, not the Dougal Buchanan one mentioned by Donald. This one came earlier. And Mias Kanatana Hasatach Loam, of his throne with a tongue rochen toe, Horakach, Hasakach, Lachen is gone, Vriesnach Stockenach, Home Clochloch, Hugh, Vrokach, Wichtakach, Fichtakach, Ban, Imachkach, Aranach, Hashach, Gungru, Demian Bruheste, Marshall is Kaal, Smavis Blanach Jantar, Gnes toe, and yes, Vroktakach, Hochjanach Sog, Jinnach, Stroal, Jochgal, Gemuik, Lichtjach, Laganach, Habestjach, Haar, Fochtjach, Ramasach, Rochjach, Sult. So de vermoei, gat a hoek zien kom, in alle jaar holtach, kan plus. Zet er draumal, maar linige kleef, een grad attes, tjenevin, san hoek. And then songs on whiskey is our next category. This is from Oran Regal of Ochtel, the Royal Bottle Song. Your waterfall going into the cup and the bubbling of jewels to one's mouth sound sweeter than organs and harps in concert with all their strings packed into a hall. When a stopper's removed from a bottle and its ear is bent down to a mouth, on a spring day there's the merry cackle of the flask whispering to the cup, full of the sound of whiskey bubbling into the joyfully into the cup. The next little category is Gaelic translations of poems written in English by the Marquis of Montrose. Montrose was the great hero of the Royalist forces. 100 years before, he was executed in Edinburgh in 1650. And I think that I think he was MacDonald's hero, and I also suspect that MacDonald did these translations, 3 of them, because he realized that the centenary of the execution of Montrose was taking place as he was preparing his book in late 1750, early 1751. Cashamach talere shenyam le fuamlich stock scrivem dan warafrein le full kreeg jarak na locht. Praise of women and bagpipes. Why do I link women with bagpipes, for goodness sake? Well, it's because he describes Macrimmon's bagpipe as if she were a woman. And indeed, the word efib is feminine in Gaelic. Sorry, I've gone to the wrong one. First of all, praise of women. Yes, praise of well, this is his praise of his own wife. It's a beautiful poem. The girl from Glen Etive. I found a gem on the banks of Etive. She's an elegant, beautiful treasure trove, a gleaming gem excelling the diamond in which loveliness holds her parliament, the gentle pet of Co and Etive. My beloved is unburdensome, the finest voice, the whitest teeth, the hair whose curls are loveliest, as soft as red vermilion cherry, sweet, good at love talk, and articulate. MacDonald had a complex relationship with women. And yeah, now a bit of the poem about the bagpipe. Bach vi gamerk na tetan anam vi sheitig de hronje. A mars gashgal na eetjug ri sheer hetrich van gotan. Naar goeder soes de glug krooi rond vrasloach konstriach. Kini deunje an jana voorachkach belge. Die brasroem gunnach roeg ons gach groei over. Sle moor lasker de vrasvorst. Ganach iat vi jonach. Tremendous stuff. He also dispraised women. He had an amazing way with metaphors. Here he compares a bad woman to a rotten tree. Many a tree in the wood is full of thick foliage, the blossom and bark of her trunk, truly lovable. But chop her down at once and study her insides, and you will find goat's teeth and crevices in her. No carpenter will ever use her, root or branch, rotten, useless timber. She was beautiful evil. Let her be felled at once and split upon the ground and burned until she turns to living embers. Next, dispraise of the clap. This is MacDonald doing his duty as a catechist to the parish of Ardnamurchan, which contained a huge mining settlement, bringing in incomers with a lot of immorality going on. He had to warn his parishioners of the dangers of venereal disease. And it's a pretty vivid description. Angokish dan grimmig se minnach da skinnich, a soelen dan ginich se binnich erkeuntach. Chetan skuskal, de haring on bussef, se medjan ro ruchach, se plichkan, wans leunijn. En grachkan das skrikkig, se nierach tiskig, moergagig, wan chisse, margritig na feuntach. Pretty disgusting stuff. And then praise of men is our next category. I'll give you a tiny bit of the praise of Lord Lovat, the Jacobite leader of the Frasers who went to the scaffold in 1747. Brings you back to the propaganda angle. Rich was that treasury of rare and precious wisdom. This the villain's axe has severed from the body dear and kingly. Not the least drop of the mercy that God of truth demanded is in the bosom of the butcher. This is Cumberland, of course, the victor of the Battle of Culloden. The bosom of the butcher, the son of George by the harlot. George, reference to King George. And yeah, here's a wee bit more. It's the general view of swineherds that there's no pig food in the world that makes them quite as bulky and sleek and fat as human flesh. George and his brood of piglets, he having murdered so many gentry, have necks so thick and corpulent that an axe can hardly dent them. This metaphor of pigs was very common in Gaelic tradition for Campbells, but here the poet is using it for King George and his son, the Duke of Cumberland. So that brings us to category 10, praise and dispraise of Campbells. Here I want to talk about the longest poem in the book, Narcu, which means the Ark. Now, I think I'm reasonably well qualified to talk about it because 5 years ago, I published this 2-volume work. I think I think, Bill, you said 3 volumes. It's giving me more credit than I deserve. It's 2 volumes based on Anarchia, the Campbells of the Ark. Now, the premise of Anarchia is that a flood will come over Argyllshire in retribution for the part played by the Campbells on King George's side in the 45, the rising that ended at Culloden. Despite the unpopularity of the Campbells, Alistair is anxious to show that they must be given another chance if the next rising is to succeed. So a verse or two, in some cases more, is devoted to each of over 30 Campbells. And the poet states in every case whether this person he or she should be saved or drowned or given a good ducking and then hauled aboard the ark. This last of the 3 categories is actually the largest. And though at first sight it looks like an anti-Campbell poem, it isn't. Politically, it's a very finely balanced piece of work. Now, Alistair's book was well timed and clearly played its part as intended, for by the year after its publication, 1752, the Highlands were a tinderbox, just as they'd been early in 1745, full of rumours that Prince Charles had at last obtained the help he needed from a source other than France, which had turned against him due to treaty obligations. That new source might be Spain or Prussia or Sweden. 1752 was the year of the murder in Appin of Colin Campbell of Glenure, which could easily have caused a general conflagration like the killings at Sarajevo in 1914. And that may indeed have been the purpose of the murder, which took place on 14th May, 1752. An innocent man called James Stewart, known as Seamus O'Gleania, James of the Glen, was hanged for it on 8th November, the date fixed for the so-called Elibank plot, whose aim was the assassination of King George, was 10th November. Prince Charles sent 2 men, Dr. Archibald Cameron and MacDonald of Lochgarry, to Scotland in September that year to discuss preparations for another rising. Cameron was arrested in March 1753 and executed on the 7th of June. This then is what Alistair said about Glenure, the man that was subsequently murdered in Anarchia. Now I'll read this in Gaelic. Ge tullum callan Glenure, berlum gebuur snach berne, or reke natere winter, sgalne guter kain, horst gassen, kur bushad, the youngest rejoice, the smidden or, mahish mian, zibere nepten, gas sherifflum, maar grad enemichen re leach. Ach magatiches tachkuk, wie kuras da reis da ruig, kur balhik de machbar hachker, spianesjach barend hoeje. Haul him in over the crests of the waves. Now, the first verse there contains 2 good examples of a kind of ethnological motif, which is curiously lacking in the rest of Anarchia. In Gaelic tradition, trees were ranked as sur or dur, noble or ignoble. Provoked by the name Glenure, which means yew valley, Alistair refers to yew, a noble wood, and alder, an ignoble one. Then he says he can scarcely be given a kine, placed in a kine. A kine is a circle drawn around a person to protect him for the devil. Well remembered, actually, in the folk traditions of Appin, as recorded by the Reverend John Gregerson Campbell in the 1860s. Now, these tropes add real strength to Alistair's comments. They would have been fresh in the mind of the 2 assassins who shot Glenure at this spot in the wood of Lettermore in Appin on the 14th of May, 1752. This was the so-called Appin murder, which Robert Louis Stevenson wrote into his novel Kidnapped of 1886. and which has been the subject of a dozen or more books since then, the best of all of which is an in-depth study called Ancient Animosity by an American academic, Lee Holcomb, which I strongly recommend. Lee Holcomb died in 2002. It's difficult to know why Alistair gave Glenure more space than almost any other Campbell, whom he neither fully liked nor disliked. I think they may have been well acquainted. Now, is it possible that news of Glenure's obtaining the factorship of 3 forfeited estates in Appin and Lochaber coincided with the composition of the poem? Or was Alistair's glee at Glenure's poor showing as an army officer in 1745-6 balanced by dismay at his alleged zeal in identifying and prosecuting Jacobites after Culloden, because he worked as an intelligence officer? The record of oral tradition certainly reads like an indictment of Glenure. Donald MacDonald of Kinlochmyder, Glenure was believed to have delivered him up to for trial and execution. He was the lieutenant colonel of the Clanranald regiment. It's not true, but if Alistair believed it, it would certainly account for his attitude. Glenure was also said to have delivered up a brother of Alexander MacDonald of Keppoch, and no historical basis can be found for this either. In Appin, he was believed to have identified some McCalls who had driven off cattle belonging to a Stuart officer killed at Culloden, resulting in their being branded as thieves and outlawed. But worse still, in the course of pursuing these McCalls, he killed a woman who came between him and a man he was threatening to shoot, and also a man who turned and ran away. Now, the hunt for the prime suspect, Alan Breck Stewart, Alan Breck, began almost immediately, but he was never caught. You may remember his name from Stevenson's book, his novel. In reality, Alan Breck was a decoy deliberately used by the plotters to take the guilt on himself and run away, which he did very successfully. The 2 assassins were Donald Stewart, a nephew of Alexander Stewart of Ballacholish, and James Stewart, son of the Laird of Fastnachtluche, both of them survivors of the carnage at Culloden, young men. And their thinking would have been roughly as follows. The following day, the entire population of Ardshiel, one of the largest estates in Appin, was to be evicted, clearly to be replaced in due course by Campbells. Their community, the world as they knew it, was coming to an end. Charles Stewart of Ardshiel would receive, in exile in France, would receive no more rent. Alan Breck was the man whose job it was to bring him his rent. An attempt by James of the Glen, Seamus of Gligne, to reverse the proceedings by legal means had failed. It was time, these young men thought, to try another method. The message from the Jacobite leadership at this point was pretty clear. King George's government had practiced extreme violence and intimidation against its Highland citizens. This was now about to be returned. The plotters were unlikely to have known the full details of the 26,000 gun arsenal, which Prince Charles had ordered to be assembled at Antwerp, or the plot to assassinate the king, but they would certainly have been aware of the general drift of Jacobite policy and would certainly have read Alistair's book with its blood-curdling imagery. In particular, they would have noted that Glenure could scarcely be placed in a cain, in a circle for protection, and that unless he quickly names the legitimate king, he was to be, quote, sacrificed. It was obvious from Glenure's actions whom he regarded as the legitimate king, George, and the time had come for the sacrifice to be made. In these young men's eyes, then, Glenure had declared war. They could reasonably expect that their action against him would immediately be supported by John Campbell of Fassifern in Lochaber, followed by the tenants of all the forfeited estates, who would now clearly see that they were threatened with what is now called ethnic cleansing, then finally the whole Highland people, who were in fact now united to agree, never seen before, by the injustice of the Disarming Act, which not only robbed them of their weapons, but even of their day-to-day clothing, what we nowadays call Highland dress. At worst, the murder would make the Highlands ungovernable. At best, for the Jacobites, it would light the fuse for Prince Charles's long prepared invasion of England. It was a serious misjudgment because none of these dramatic events then took place. But as we often see happening in history, economic, social, and political events ground on. And in 1790, Hugh MacLaren saw fit to emigrate to Carolina, presumably bringing with him his father's bitter memories of the events of 1746 and 1752. Our book, then, is a precious record of the kind of society the Appin folk had left behind, and a statement of why it was appropriate for them to emigrate to a place where, thanks to the War of Independence, they would no longer be under the rule of King George and his bayonets. Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you very much. This is Pat.
Appreciate it.
It's interesting to hear more about the book and to get more information about it. And, you know, the history. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any further questions or comments?
Well, I would just like to say it's very interesting to have Ronnie and Donald Meek, and this presentation reminds me of 35 years ago when they both taught me Gaelic.
Yeah, it's nice. It's great to see you too, James.
We're all a bit older now, though.
We are all a bit older. Yeah.
Very good.
Still
Now,
going strong, folks.
That's right, Donald.
it's been noted here as well. Have any of these, Ronnie, have any of these poems ever been put to music? Is there any record of anything?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're not all singable. For example, Anarchy, which I made quite a lot of towards the end there, was sung to an air which MacDonald calls in his book Teicher Ile Benham Anir. The tutor of Isla was the man's name. Now, I have asked around quite a lot, and I have never come across anyone from Isla or anywhere else who has ever heard tell of that tune. But that's maybe a bit of an exception. Some of them are set to existing airs, lowland airs, and I've heard quite a lot of Alexander MacDonald's poems sung. Yes, yes, indeed.
Very good. Very good. All right. Wonderful. Is Alexander MacDonald of Keppoch related to Archibald, for whom there is a song king?
Clearly, yes. The Keppoch MacDonalds were an important family in Lochaber, yes. I'm not quite sure which song you're referring to? Is it maybe by Sílas na Ceapach, Cicely MacDonald of Kepach, who lived in the time of the 1715 rising? She made a number of songs to the Kepach family, so there were a lot of there were quite a few Kepach songs. Yes.
Says it's played widely in modern sessions of Scottish and Irish music. That may be, yeah, I think that's probably the very one you're speaking of there. Yeah. The we think of it as a harp tune, do we not? I think perhaps, Fawn.
Sorry.
Yeah, she says that the tune to which she was referring is pretty widely played in modern sessions of Scottish and Irish music. I think perhaps it may be known as a harp tune, if I'm perhaps recalling correctly, known as a harp melody primarily, maybe.
Well, certainly down to her time, down to the early 18th century,
Yeah.
the harp was still fairly widely in use.
Yeah, so yes, the melody that she's referring to is in here.
Not subsequently.
Absolutely, very good. Are there any further questions for Dr. Black? Well, again, I am so appreciative of your so thorough examination of this rather unusual request to give some information on something that's surviving. I was truly fascinated to hear that this might be number 13 of a very small number of this edition which survived. I think that's a very notable point to make there. And then down here in Carolina. So very good.
Yeah, when you have a limited number, it makes me think of Dougal Crawford's sermons, of which only one survives. It can be ambiguous. I mean, is it because very few were printed? And when you have a large-ish survival, 13 is quite a good number for 1802, and the number is probably actually greater than that, because the work I quoted the figure of 12 copies from is not actually a very reliable one. The Scottish Gaelic Union catalogue is full of errors, so there are probably more, in fact, than 13 examples of the 1802 edition of Alexander MacDonald's poems. But he was an enormously controversial poet, as Donald will certainly agree. You loved him or you hated him. And he was very influential in that he changed Gaelic literature forever. He was also an innovator in everything. He had a great deal to do with establishing Gaelic spelling, as it went on quite shortly to be employed in the New Testament of 1767. So the spelling that he used in his work of 1751, which is reproduced in our volume of 1802, was a substantial move away from the spelling that had been used heretofore, which was much more strongly based on Irish spelling. So this was the beginnings of a separate Scottish Gaelic orthography. He was his own man in every possible respect. And as I tried to show with respect to, for example, praising men, which he didn't do very often, with the professional exception of praising Prince Charles and the Jacobite movement, or with his, I would say, disdain for many aspects of tradition, especially religious type tradition. He was setting a new course for Gaelic literature, which was followed by many individuals on all sides of the spectrum, and even political spectrum, and even even those who served King George in years to come were fond of quoting his preface with its very, very stirring statements.
Right. There's another question here, which I think is a fascinating one. Hilton McLaurin is asking, where might one have purchased this book in 1802 around Appin?
Oh, in around 1802, well, of course, you've got the bookseller's address, and the Salt Market in Glasgow was clearly in those days the place you went to buy books. Yes. But did you notice that in his advertisement, James Duncan Jr. said that orders from the countryside would be very carefully attended to? And indeed, I think they were. So gentlemen in all parts of the Scottish countryside would order up books from Duncan's shop in the Salt Market. And also hawkers would bring around chapbooks, which they would sell from township to township to township. What maybe just one copy would be bought per township, and that would do for everyone because oral tradition was strong, memory was strong. You only needed to read out, for one person to read out the contents of a chapbook once, and it would be remembered by many and passed on to the next door township. I say chapbook, that's our word for what I believe in the States you call a ballad, a cheap, poorly printed work of maybe 16 pages. But also I assume that if a gentleman in Appin had ordered a copy of something more substantial, like the 1802 edition of Alexander MacDonald's poems, the chapman would duly bring it. And there was a post in operation by 1802 in any case.
Very good. And there's an additional question, wondering if you might speak a wee bit about MacDonald's relationships with women.
Right. He loved his wife. He knew other women as well. He made a song, a very great big song or poem to someone whom he called Morag. The figure of Morag may be a metaphor. It was a love song describing Morag's charms in quite some detail, using lots of different metaphors. Morag was clearly the most beautiful woman who ever lived, but was she really a woman? When Prince Charles was on the loose in the Highlands and in the islands, his code name was Morag. Was Morag maybe every woman and no woman at all, and a metaphor for the Jacobitism, which our poet was so much in love with, perhaps more than any other woman, perhaps even more than his wife. Although I have to say that we have an account of how after Culloden he was in hiding with his wife and his children, and while they were on the run in Moidart, his wife gave birth to a daughter who still, this account says, she still survives. This account contains the detail that the redcoats came and even killed the family cat so that they wouldn't have the cat to eat. And I think when I tell you an anecdote like that, duly recorded by an Episcopalian clergyman, you get a feel for the kind of the world, you get a feel for the world that Hugh McLaren was leaving behind him. I should also say, as an end to that answer, that they say that Alexander MacDonald's wife did not like the huge poem in praise of Morag very much. She believed it was a real woman, and that he then proceeded to make a Miavolog Morag, a dispraise of Morag. I quoted from that. It includes the verse about the woman's body as a rotten tree trunk. So he reversed every single thing he had said in praise of Morag, and produced the dispraise of Morag. He had a complex relationship with women, let's say.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Heather, for that question. Anyone else? All right, let's have our virtual round of applause for Dr. Black. Ronnie, thank you so very much for being with us today and joining us here in Carolina. And we know that we have a number of items of mutual interest, and we can hopefully be able to extend an in-person invitation to have you come and visit us in Carolina at some point in the future, once things return to a greater sense of normalcy than we're already beginning to experience in both our homes there. So thank you so terribly much for such a wonderful presentation and for taking on this topic. Thank you very much. Very good. Very good. All right. Now we're moving on to our final presentation for the day. And this presentation is of interest to a good number of you who do genealogical research and historical research as well. From the early events of our symposium, we had an opportunity to meet and get to know Dr. Alan McInnes, who was one of the first of the scholars in Scotland who was granted some access to the Duke of Argyll's papers. You know, when the state of North Carolina back in the 1980s held a position open for researching in British archives to try to find and at that point microfilm any documents that were of great importance to the colonial history of North Carolina. In fact, the editor of those colonial records of North Carolina, Dr. Bob Keane, I think is perhaps still on with us. But in any event, the state had researchers that were sent over. Some of you may have also met Rob Clyde, as well as Dr. Alec Murdoch, who was at Edinburgh University for a number of years. I understand is just recently retired, but both of those gentlemen were working as researchers for the state and had covered and had access to many of the archives, with the exception of the Duke of Argyll's archives. So I've been very fortunate to have been put in touch with the current keeper of those archives, that is Allison Diamond. Allison was one of the folks that we would have loved to have extended a personal invitation to be with us. However, she had a prior commitment, working actually in the island of Tiree for a 2-week stint, and has fortunately just recovered from a case of COVID that she had. So it's still around, folks. Nonetheless, she was very kind to agree to provide a custom program for us today for this event, relative particularly to records and the items available in the Duke's archive, which might be of relevance to people who are doing research regarding the Kintyre Peninsula and people that came from that area. So since I don't have someone to introduce personally here, I'm going to present this video with a screen share. And I know that since many will be seeing this in its recorded form following this event, as this will be all of our proceedings, a copy of the recording will be sent out to all of you who were here. I know there's some folks that may dash off since this is not a live presentation. So at this point, before starting this presentation, I'd like to say that I am very appreciative once again to all of our live speakers that were with us today. Obviously, Ronnie Black, Dawn Meek, and also to Phyllis Arnold, who was here with us. We appreciate all of you who have tuned in to this event and participated and shown interest and shared the information about it. Again, this is an annual event that we normally hold here at St. Andrews University at this time of year, normally mid to late March, again, depending somewhat on where Easter may fall. But we'd love to have your continued interest in this program. We're always looking for other speakers and presenters that may have new research or topics that are of interest to folks such as yourselves that have links or ties or interest in this part of the Scottish diaspora. So we certainly welcome those sorts of comments, suggestions, and that feedback. Again, all of you have received my email address, so you're welcome to give me feedback on this program as well. We just invite you to come back for future events that we have. We hope to at least be holding a live event of some form in 2023. However, we are seeing that we're able to reach a greater number of people from further afield by doing this virtual type event. So again, we appreciate your interest and hope to engage with you further in the coming weeks, months, and years. So at this point, if you give me just one moment, I will set up my screen for the screen sharing and give you the presentation from Allison Diamond.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you all today. I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you in person, obviously. And I'm also really sorry that I couldn't actually join you virtually live and that I've needed to pre-record this presentation. That's the way it goes, life is busy. My name is Alison Diamond, and I'm the archivist at Inverary Castle, looking after the archive of the Duke of Argyll. I've been here for approximately 5 years now. Before that, I was at National Records for Scotland for many years, working in a number of roles, including cataloguing, exhibitions, and also as education officer, with a role I particularly enjoyed. So I moved across to Inverary in 2016, and yes, I'm thoroughly enjoying working here. So I have a presentation with lots of pretty pictures, so I'm just going to share my screen so that you can see those. So what you can see on the screen here is just our store number 1, if I like to call it. It was the first store to furnish, that was done by the current chief after he succeeded the title. It's beautiful, it looks absolutely lovely. It is not perhaps how I would ideally furnish the store as an architect, but it makes for a beautiful background, and it absolutely says that you want to invest in this archive. So it is starting by the collection. So moving on to another picture, the archive. So the Argyle papers are the family and estate archives of the Earls and Dukes of Argyle in the 14th century to the present day. It was stored for many years in the castle, but it's now kept in converted farm offices at Cherry Park, which is just a few minutes walk away from the castle. And the room you just looked at, that was originally a hen house, which has now been converted to the archive store. And our researchers inhabit the flower room, and of the room with the house of the rain flowers. And just a few basic statistics about the archive. We have approximately 0.5 linear kilometers of records with all shapes and sizes. So that includes about 1,200 archive boxes, 99 linear meters of volume, 25 meters of rolled plans, 41 drawers of flat plans and drawings, 4 linear meters of what we call our charter series. And those documents are mostly in English, although many of the earliest ones are in Latin. We also have a few really interesting documents in Gaelic, and odd items in French and Spanish and other languages. And the condition of the documents varies considerably between according to their age and how they can be used. And of course, this is a collection that was created by the Earls and Dukes of Argyle to support.
Bill, this is not coming through for us to hear and see.
Yes, I'm working on that. Give me just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Folks, I'm going to try this once again. I see that there is some issue with the sound, so I'm wondering if folks would be agreeable for me to send this video to you individually. I can do that. I can send the video out to everyone if that were agreeable. If you'd like to perhaps answer via chat, I can certainly do that.
Please send it. Thank you.
All right, very good. I'm seeing a majority there that are indicating that. So what I will do, I obviously have everyone's email address. And so what I will do is I will send this out to you, and it will probably be a separate email from the Zoom meeting link once this is converted. Again, we'll appreciate your cooperation, and my apologies about that. Again, we try to do everything that we can to make this make this a flawless procedure here. However, I am not foolproof, and I'm a dinosaur to a degree here. So if that's agreeable with everyone, I will do that and send the video out to you and do a yes, work out a link. I will work that out as well. It may be able to be able to put onto a YouTube link or something like that, which would perhaps be a little bit more accessible and easy for us to all access. Are there any further questions or comments that I might be able to address at this time for you? If you have any comments or anything, I'd be happy to address those. And I'm seeing many words of thanks for everyone, particularly our speakers for making this possible. You know, again, when we were looking at planning for this year, normally around the Christmas holidays, the beginning of the year, it was very difficult to see where we were going to be at this time. So I again am so grateful to all of our speakers, to Ronnie, to Donald, to Phyllis, and also to Allison Diamond for producing this video for us. We welcome many of you to join us again for these future events. We do have your contact information, and I'm glad that this year has run a little smoother than last year did. But I'm certainly hoping we're going to be able to do away with a lot of this and get back to meeting people one-to-one here. Although it's great for those of us at great distance apart. That allows us to also get some folks that might not be able to be with us. For example, I know that Dr. Meek is not a flyer, so we're glad to have been able to engage him on this format today. Thank you all for your attendance. We do so appreciate your support. People are wondering about the center. We are open. I am pretty much a one-man show. So I do ask that folks that may wish to come visit, may wish to look at some of the collections that we have here, to perhaps make an appointment with me. You can email me in regard to my schedule. I'd be happy to try to accommodate you in any way that I could. And I also have the question here if folks would be willing to answer questions. I know Ronnie Black has shared his email here in the chat if anyone would like to engage him further. And again, a very kind thank you to him. Thank you all for participating today. If there's no further questions or comments, I'm going to give it just a couple of moments here, and then I'll close out this meeting. And I will be in touch both with the recording of this full gathering as well as with the link to the video. So again, thank you so very much. I will be in touch. It will not be today and may not be tomorrow, but we'll be in touch within the coming few days in regard to getting these materials to you. And again, thank you for your participation. Thanks again to all the speakers.
Bye.
Very good. I'm going to give about 2 minutes in case there's anyone else that might have anything else to add. And otherwise, I'm going to close out the meeting. As folks are dwindling. Yeah. All right, very good. Thank you all. Goodbye. Thank you for your participation.